Hello, everyone, and welcome. We have mustered enough sanity for a stream. Let's see if we can get another week on target here. But, welcome, everyone. Welcome. Ember is asking for attention. Ember trills at you when she wants to talk. There isn't really... There aren't, like, variations. It's just a trill of almost always the same length, maybe like 1 second of trill. But it is the fluctuations and the volume in it that will tell you what she is trying to do. There is generally a, hey, look, it's me, and a, Ember is in camera position here. And no, I don't like that. The louder and higher the trill is, the more it is a I don't like that. Hey there, Dodds. Welcome. Ember has climbed onto my shoulder. Let's check in with the other kitties. We do have Sammy on the end of the table. We have Sky and Mason on the bed. Sherbet is... He is in that crouch down. He's not like... Oh, there he goes. It wasn't like butt wiggle, I'm gonna pounce, but it was that the cat equivalent of a runner's stance, you know? Ah. Beverage. Hair's getting dry. Definitely in winter, you know? But hello. How you doing, Dodds? How you doing? I don't know if you can see me through the advertisement that's going right now. Gotta get the Twitch ad in so that the people that try to swing in don't just get full-on clobbered right away. It's not like they're not going to do mid-rolls for people that already got a startup, you know? Nice. Hey there, Ray. Welcome. Welcome. Candy cane soda, is it effectively like peppermint soda? Yeah. There's a lot of media that kind of vanishes. That is part of the principle of initiatives like Stop Killing Games. Again, the actual goal behind those kind of things is so that kind of media stops disappearing. On the regular, we will find things like games that were only released for short periods of time in particular markets that have largely vanished. That kind of stuff. Ray, we are doing a game called The Roottrees Are Dead. We played Mind Divers last stream, I think. Stream before last. Something like that. Which was a sort of mystery-solving game, but pretty linear, and it was not a deep mystery. It was more as you went along, the facts were revealed by the kind of square peg in the square hole kind of mechanic. But this one promises to be more investigative. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. Music is off for the game. The main menu is like generic detective saxophone. But generally I don't play the music unless there's something really compelling about it and it's a small enough game. The mystery will unlock one. Okay, well, there is a follow-up to the main game, I guess. One of the aesthetics of the game is like early Windows style computer, like CRT. So set in 1998. Whoops.
Side of Pittsburgh is now known to have been the private jet of the Roottrees Corporation. Local aviation authorities have speculated, based on the pilot's final communication, that the winter storm and heavy winds played a significant
also real loud.
role
The
in the
voice
crash.
is turned down, folks.
On board were multiple family members, including corporate president Carl Roottrees
Ray, you can
and
find
his
the
daughters,
Discord server
the
in the
Roottrees sisters,
LinkTree that
best
you can
known
see
for their
in my
fashion
bio
lines
and video
and modeling
descriptions.
careers. There were no survivors. Again, for those of you just joining us,
it's a Noni TV.
The Roottrees are dead.
I know it's late, but I'm guessing you've seen the news. In addition to dealing with the grief, the Roottrees company's lawyers are scrambling.
Okay, can I... Okay, so the voice volume in-game that you are hearing right now is 50% of base volume. So we're gonna cut it down to another quarter because that was 80%, 80 to 90%, let's say 90% of the before the mic will cap out. But yes, should be in my Twitch bio and in my YouTube like VOD descriptions and video descriptions. There's a link tree that has all of my channels and such, as well as the Discord server. Okay, so apparently the Roottrees are a rich corporate family kind of vibe from what I'm getting.
Everything's about to change. Anyone proven to be a blood
Might have to turn it
relative is about
back
to
up.
get
Can you
much
guys hear
weaker.
the dialogue?
I'm here to ensure everyone is accounted for.
Make the music a little quieter. Are going to kind of mix and match that a little bit. Yeah, we can do a little more. Anyone proven to be a blood relative is about to get much richer. I'm here to ensure everyone... Okay, so this is part of the process, is identifying the family line.
I've heard you're an expert at sorting out complicated family trees. A genealogy genie, as it were.
A genealogy genie.
I'm going to give you a quick test. Pass, and I can promise you the job of a lifetime.
Identify the Roottrees sisters. Oldest to the youngest, the oldest is married. A genealogist. Nice, nice. Okay, we look for evidence, we search the internet, we fill in the names, the occupations in the photos. This is the picture that's on, like, the title splashes of the game. The, quote, got milk picture. The person who hired you gave you this photo with a note attached. This was taken during the shoot for the Roottrees sisters' Got Milk ad. I've tracked down a test photo from before they painted the fake mustaches on, which I thought would be more appropriate considering the circumstances. The ad's copy reads, "You might recognize our faces from the magazine you're reading, or you might recognize our name from the candy bar you're eating. Being a Roottree is a full-time job, but so is growing up. That's why the calcium found in milk is so important. Plus, you can't make chocolate without it." The list was provided to you by the mysterious person who showed up at your door. You'll need it to fill in the family tree. Okay, so this is, I guess, all of the hypothetical members of the family. So people with the surname Roottrees, as well as many others. Dial up. And kind of the connection sequence. Spider search. Well, we don't want to just be looking at, names here. I wonder if we can do something. Let's see the mechanic here, because apparently the in-game web search is a critical element. Can we do that? Yep. Yep. Nope. Okay, let's just try. Pages are filled in with results about the plane crash. Beside that, there are countless advertisements for the candy company, the Roottrees sisters. Okay, so if I highlight something, we can copy, we can actually highlight it, we can search. Obituaries that focus on the sisters' modeling career You also come across an unofficial Roottrees fan site, seemingly curated by a teenager. It's neon pink with purple text and hard to read until you highlight the words. What was it? MySpace, I believe? This was in the era of really bad use of color and font, as well as HTML font, or at least text display systems like Marquee. Marquee and blinking were really common. Reina is the most famous because she's the oldest and got married to TMS. Rose is the middle, like me, which makes Riley the youngest. Okay, so we have a Reina, a Rose, and a Riley, and they are the Roottrees sisters. So if we go back to our evidence, can we? Ah, nice. Okay. We're looking for any Reina, Rose, and Riley. So we're going to highlight that. Oh, that's nice. In-game note-taking. Was having a conversation with Tass, who's regular on the stream as well, about this kind of thing where this kind of pattern, when you're playing this kind of game, in-game tools like this are important. Another genre that I think matches up with this kind of concept is grid-based dungeon crawlers, where a really common element of those games, often an important element, is mapping. And, you can use external programs, maybe like, a paint program that can do pixel level, graph paper, that kind of thing. If that is assumed to be a thing that players are going to need to do, build it into your game. If you are a detective game where you're going to be taking notes and searching things, then, probably give me a way to take notes. Reina, Riley, and... Oh, no. Is married to TMS. So let's just... We're going to call this investigation test page, and we'll just narrow it down so we can say test. And okay, we can, any note goes in sequence, essentially each line. So I have a contiguous phrase here that becomes an element, and we can also reorder them. Okay, this is all very good. This is all very good. And I am contending with Ember at the moment, so Ember gets pets. So my current microphone has a particular cable on it that I want to protect from damage, because it is sort of a built-in part of the microphone. Not something that I could just swap out, which is very annoying, given the equipment that we're dealing with. So it has been wrapped in a coil of cardboard, and then that is wrapped in duct tape. And oddly, it is Ember that is most interested in going after it. She is normally not a heavy chewer. That's Sky and now Molly are the heavy chewers. Sky in particular necessitates that all of my cables be like the heavy braided nylon, and even then, he will chew them enough to break through to the cabling. It's only like heavy power cords that he won't go after. Any sort of like USB or something like that. Or like dangling zip tie ends. Molly does that as well. I don't know if it's because she saw Sky doing it once, or if she's also of a mind to do it. So, delay by cat. Let's switch the cams while I give Ember some back scratches here for a moment. Who can we see? Well, Sammy's on the shelf. For those in widescreen, she is the lower right. For those in tall format, she is fourth left to right, top to bottom. Depending on how she sits, she very much blends in with the background on that camera. So I've heard some movement behind me, which may mean that Sherbet is still romping around with Molly. It can be hard to locate them. Yep. Okay, miss. Come on. Discharge static, press button. We have Arena. A Riley. And a Rose. The parents of which really liked RH. Zero. Those are my cat cameras. They are positioned around so we can keep track of the kitties during stream. Mason and Sky are visible right now. Upper right and lower left, respectively. Mina is oldest. Married TMS. Model middle. Then I think they're rich just because they are models, but their dad is also the president of the candy company, and their mom, Brenda, is a fashion designer. Eat candy all the time and try to dress in plaid root. Clothes like Riley does in most of the posters. Someday I want to get my ears pierced like Rose. If we go back to the evidence to the first photo, close our notes for a moment. Okay, so the assertion here is that we have ears pierced in plaid, so we can see in their layout. Well, welcome, Zero. Welcome. Can be a little quiet, but we try to keep it chill. Try to keep it just kind of relaxing. On a bit of a detective game kick at the moment. So I may do a little more of that than usual. It's also an excuse to delay the next coding stream because I'm not sure. It's both a combination of I'm not sure what I want to do next and that I'm still like neck deep in refactoring. All right, let's see here. So we do have a Raina Roottrees, but she married a TMS. It's just... Do we have an S in the name here? Thomas Sheridan. So, do we have... Okay, we have Thomas Sheridan. Let's look up Thomas Sheridan, actually. Can I? Okay, need to be in the synopsis here, I guess. So if we take Sheridan, Thomas, and do a search on them, we don't get anybody. How about... I don't know if it's because of the order. We aren't using... particularly... Okay, let's just try reversing it, huh? Yes. This is the kids' webpage again, so let's look up Thomas Sheridan. TMS is a common abbreviation for early 90s teen heartthrob, Tommy Mark Sheridan. Source credited role as Thomas Sheridan was on the soap opera called Time Marches Onward. He skyrocketed to popularity after his starring role on the sitcom Brother Trouble. Since the end of Brother Trouble, he has often been on the cover of tabloids for his supposed drug use and, more recently, his relationship with Raina Roottrees. After a short engagement, they were married when she was only 19 and he was 23. Okay, that implies that it is Raina Roottrees and she is married to Thomas Sheridan. So, we have a list of names. This may be something that we have to obtain. We'll see. One possible failing point in detective games like this is if they give you like 5 names and you have to pick 3, then it's not unlikely that you can narrow it down to make it simple enough to guess right, you know? Okay, so then when we're looking at that website, or let's look at our notes actually. Raina is oldest, is middle. Let's get back to that page. History, Roottrees sisters. Okay, that's nice. Okay, they all do modeling. Okay, let's try Rose. I want to see if we get any others. Roottrees sisters. Unfortunately, the results for Rose by herself don't lead to anything different than searching for the sisters together. Okay, then Riley. Obituaries, the fan site. Okay, so they do modeling. All three of them are models. Then if we go back to our computer real quick here, Raina's oldest, Rose is middle, Riley is youngest. Okay. Wait a minute. Riley. Rose did not come up in the searches. Okay. It's ROSE. Rose has ears pierced in the picture. So this is Rose. What do we know about Rose? Do we have another Rose? Oh, let's look up Brenda. Do we have a Brenda Roottree or a Brenda somebody else? Okay, it looks like we are not getting a what would it be? A patrilineal family name here. Because what is it? Raina didn't take the surname Sheridan, and we don't see a Brenda in the list who is not Brenda White. So if we search for, how about Brenda White? Auction for a black and blue dress that's a Brenda White original vintage dress from before she became Brenda Roottree. Okay, so the assumption is that she did take the name. Okay, complexity. Okay, root always has a period. Clothes for children from toddlers. You spied the Roottrees sisters looking hella fly. Site from a collector of clothing collector of clothing catalogs. Apparently, Root has released 2 catalogs per year every year since 1984. Raina appeared in almost all of them. There's only one that the webmaster considers a collector's item, though. Seems that Brenda Roottree, the Roottree sisters' mother and Root's head designer, appeared on one cover holding her daughter Rose in 1985. The site says this was the only time her daughter was ever listed with her birth name, Carly Roottrees. Okay, we may have found a winner here as far as game, the whole mechanic. First names, Raina, Carly, and Riley. Rose was originally born Carly Rose Roottrees. Apparently her parents had planned to name a son Carl Roottrees Jr., but after finding out that they were having a second daughter, they called her Carly. Sometime in the early 90s, a now preteen Carly strongly expressed her dislike that her sisters had RH names and she was the odd one out. I wonder if copy-paste works. Well. Okay, and this is where the photos come into play. Back to the Roottrees sisters. There we go. Plaid root clothes like Riley does in most of the posters. I once saw an ad for a law firm at a movie theater that was very much one of those local advertisement kind of things where there's a lot of like I can never remember what the term is. Like local color is usually, I think, what they call it. Hey there, Ame. And it was the guy, like, they're showing off their new child. And their new child, they introduced, we want to welcome Kirby. They named their kid Kirby. It's right up there with the, I don't know if it's real, but I wouldn't doubt it, the story of a family whose surname was Trevor. So they named their kid Robert. So that their child would have a palindrome for a name. Was that or was the other way around? But doesn't matter. Same trauma. But yeah, Tess, the mechanics on this one are looking pretty good so far. Like, they've given us a list of names to work from, but this is the list of names to work from. And we have to match the name, and this name was, we had to dig around a little bit. Because this is not the name that, Hey there, Maddock. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, for one, we have the infliction of RH names here. You know, let's throw some silent letters in the name or use the less common spellings. Okay, so we have, computer says Riley is generally dressing in plaid and Rose's ears are pierced, which is Carly's ears are pierced. So Riley in plaid, Rose with the pierced ears. Oh, okay, okay. We have to click the pictures in evidence. I like that. So we have Riley is in plaid, which is her. Carly is the one with ear piercings, and that leaves you. Neat. 3 entries are correct and have been locked. So the words and things. The general concept of this is that the heads of the Roottrees family, the core Roottrees family, dies in a plane crash. They are, big rich family connected to several big corporations. So their lawyers are trying to find all of the blood relatives to execute the will, distribute the funds, that kind of thing. And that's what we're doing, is we are trying to identify all of the people that are actual blood relations of this family. The button is booyah. You were just waiting outside the door, huh?
To test you, but I had to be sure you could use the internet.
I feel like
folks refuse to get with the times. Safe to say, you're hired.
Okay. So she was waiting outside the door based on this, ultimately. Or at least you get that impression. But the test, as she states it, was to be sure I could use the internet. That was the core qualifying factor for hiring me as a detective, apparently. Not that I'm known for genealogical investigations. She mentions that, but the test was internet. Well, I suspect at least at some point she would go to get a snack. It's dark and boring outside of that door.
The reward for untangling the family tree is substantial. Life-changing, even. But here's the catch. The Roottrees go way, way back. The family tree's a bit daunting. Most people freak out the first time they see the whole thing. But I'm sure you'll be fine.
Pretty much. I mean, timeline-wise, it's just, I have access to a modem and the internet. I'm already a step ahead. I've got an organized corkboard, folks. I mean, I've got it together. This is a pro-level office.
The man who started it was particular about whom he considered family. For your purposes, you only need his direct blood relatives. Anyone related only by marriage is optional, but filling them in can lead to useful discoveries. Lastly, you now have access to some unique websites, plus a list of notable Roottrees.
Okay.
Notable people are easy to find
This
via
is
your
a
search
connect the
engine,
dots
and
kind of
marked
game.
With stars on the family tree. I'm off for now. Carl Roottree had a lot in his office. I'll look for anything useful. I'll return once you identify 6 more blood relatives.
Oh dear.
Sorry, one last thing. This might sound odd, but if anyone else claiming to represent the Roottrees reaches out...
Appreciate you not... I somehow double-clicked. I appreciate you not mentioning I was here. Oh boy. Apparently, Ame, it is a substantial or potentially life-changing amount. Top secret. Can only open this after the whole family tree has been filled in. It has 2 names that must be typed in manually. Obscure clues that have been hidden in the past and may even require logical leaps. Oh, wow. Here's an unlucky line here. I have to... Okay, split up, split up. Okay. I saw red with an X on it, and it's like, I guess... Like, did they die? Family trees use surnames from birth, even if the person changed their last name after marriage. Always use a person's most recent occupation. Interesting. Ooh, adoption. Okay, so child of the first marriage, adopted by the in the second marriage. So that's an interesting pattern there. Why would a... Okay, no, guardian. Yeah. So not the biological mother, but still guardian of, which is generally how it do, but I guess formalized. Interesting. Why is there another photo? Is there another photo of her I can find? Why is that name in blue? Does that mean there's... that makes it incomplete? Oh, bonus photos. Interesting. Okay, so this is almost certainly Brenda White. And then the father was Carl. We would need his picture and occupation, like formal occupation, most recent formal occupation. Okay, well. The story thus far. Learn about intuition. In fact, you've developed a sixth sense for how useful your evidence can be. The numbers on the magnifying lens refer to how many clues are connected to a specific piece of evidence. This is something you can apparently turn off, but they note it's like this will make it a lot harder. Because you can't look at a piece of evidence and say, okay, we're done with it. Your intuition. If a piece of evidence seems too good to be true, take a look at the people or phrases it mentions. Often the most satisfying revelations come from retracing a path you thought was fully explored. Yes. There are these, there are those elements of I can make it more difficult if I want. The presence of those kind of settings are good, whether they make it easier or harder. It makes the game accessible to people. A recent example, a couple of recent examples, but a notable one is people complaining about summons in Elden Ring, saying that it made it too easy. That's not really beating the game. And it's a tool that they included in the game that you do not have to use. If you want more internet bragging rights for completing the game, you can say, I did it without summons. There you go. Good for you. You made the game harder for yourself. You wanted to do that, and you were able to accomplish it. I think it was 16, was it, tasks that had little doodads that you could equip that would essentially make the game anywhere from a little to substantially easier, and people flipped their tops about it. Okay, notable, easy to find online. Oh, the candy. Power plum, awesome apple, cool chocolate. There was a maple one that the fan site mentioned. 5 pieces aimed at kids from the magazine Teen Blast. Mentions that the 5 pieces were named as such because the original creator had 5 children. It also mentions that the current 5 flavors are not the same as back then. Oh, this is good times. That's good times. There's an artist that I like to watch videos from now and again, Lavender Town on YouTube. And they have a couple of old videos referring to anime characters that are kind of... They have bland designs. The first one they do are 3 very generic shonen protagonists, you know. Medium length, black hair, generic Japanese teenager kind of characters. You are able to easily blank slate this guy kind of characters. But they made the very unfortunate choice to refer to it as flavor blasting them. Maybe that was a term in art communities at the time, or still is. I don't know, but it sounds like a euphemism. And it was made even worse when they used it, when they changed the title for the second video to be Boring Anime Girls. Disconcerting choice of words, you know? Ooh, periodicals and spider search. Ooh. Yeah, you get it there, Maddock. You get it. It sounds real bad. And the thing is, it's entirely benign. The video is not that way at all, but you look at the title and it's like, oh dear. You didn't read this out loud, did you? Died in a plane crash. My daughter is president of the Roottrees Candy Company, as well as the clothing company that he co-founded with his wife. Short press release. So Carl, Brenda, and the sisters, and other employees that perished in the tragedy. The entire family is in shock and requesting privacy. As head of our company, Carl was an incredible man and an unmatched leader. Feeling his absence will be difficult. Back fondly. Like his great-grandfather before him, Carl earned the highly prestigious Watchman of the Year title. Can I move notes? Yes, I can. Excellent. Oh, I was in reordering mode. Can I do this? Even better. Oh, good mechanics in UI are wonderful. Just wonderful. Last game that had this vibe to it that I played was called Scene Investigators. And when I was playing that, I would frequently joke after the stream. Joke or perhaps look back in awe at the number of pages of notes that I wrote during that session. I think I still have them. Here we go. Just looking through an example. So mystery 1-2 in Scene Investigators out of 4. So 4 major investigations. Second part of the first one has 18 pages of notes. So this is downright refreshing. Quick break, then we're going to resume, folks. I will be right back. Got to give them food and get up and move around. And we're back. And you know what, Tass, I don't disagree with that. I like games like that, and I do love that I get a built-in murder board in this game. Yes, Amber, I'm back. Are you going to sit with me or no? Yeah. Yeah? Okay, so the ability to highlight things and also do like web searches on them and have the link to where I found it. That is so good. Okay, we are going to do a periodical search. Can we? Okay, I would need to know what the magazine is. So if we go to our evidence, right here, aimed at from the magazine Teen Blast. The Roottrees advertisements over the years for many of their products, including 5 pieces, they flood the results. Any ads? Raina once appeared on the cover. Raina was on the cover of Teen Blast when she was 16 and did an interview. You add the cover and article to your evidence. Slow typing because I have to pay attention to Amber. Also have public library. Oh, this is going to be good. That is a disconcerting picture. There's something uncanny about this, and I think part of it is the way the rest of the body is rendered, like her face and like, you know, neck and collar area. Her hair seems different. And the chocolate bar is very different. Brother Trouble, new gossip. Win a trip to the set of a new movie. The Candy Girl gets serious about her inspirations and aspirations. Can I do this? Is that the bonus photo? Don't know. We'll leave it. Ah, okay. Article about Raina from 1994. Also mentions TMS and Brother Trouble. important thing I learned from an early age is that my dreams are not outside of our grasp. Dreams are. My grandpa was a college professor who taught lectures about history. Always told me that history was full of people from famous families who wasted their fame and fortune by taking it for granted. Instead, he told me I should go out and use my name to accomplish things. Goes in Reina. Actually, no, let's see. That is not about Reina. That is actually about the grandfather. I think he may have practiced that lecture a lot because I have other people in my family that have also made the Roottrees name famous for things beside candy. His older sister even wrote a book that some of my friends tell me they had to read in school. So we're going to take that for now. I work for my mom designing clothes. I help decide what colors and patterns I want to model, and then she designs the clothes with a team of amazing men and women. Though my grandpa passed away earlier this year, Grandma Laura tells me that he was really proud of this. We're going to highlight that. We're going to put it there for now. I'll probably find that explicitly somewhere, but, you know. Okay. So do we have... I just want to check. So the grandfather of Carl Roottrees is up here. We don't know that name, but we do know that it's Laura something. So we have Laura Carlson. I just want to see if we have multiple Lauras. Well, we don't actually know that. That could just be a name that we have that isn't correct. Was a president. Well, then. Okay. Well, we need to trace this back through here. What if... And we Okay. Various candy history sites, you learn that 5 Pieces are an iconic candy sold by the Roottrees Candy Company. They are no longer the company's only popular product, they still sell well. Small, colorful, shell-coated maple candies that since the late 20s have been pressed into the shape of a maple leaf, though they usually have one flavor that looks more like a berry. As tastes have changed over the years, so have the 5 flavors, but the shape and combination with maple have remained consistent. History of print advertising website that claims to have a 5 Pieces advertisement scanned from a book called The Sweet History of Candy Volume 2 by Charles Lee. Okay, let's... Candy Company. Okay, so then we're going to go to our Sweet History of Candy. Can we get... that? Charles Lee. Title, search. Book series about all things candy in the modern world starts in 1925. Book ends with a look at future candy as envisioned by experts in 1985. With the addition of hindsight, you can clearly see they got pretty much everything wrong. Kind of like growing up with the Jetsons. Where's my flying car? Newspaper ad from the 1930s. Modern candy for a modern society. Inspired by our children. Six years after the debut of 5 Pieces. So as of 1922, the flavors are inspired by their children. Interesting. What is this button? I can't remember exactly what it's called, but this is a... That's also a thing that shows up in like software development. It's talking through it as if you're speaking to a rubber duck. Okay. have that. And find other magazines that will help. Other things like that that may help us springboard. Elias and Gwyneth Roottrees. Website, the first Anderson Maple Farm. There are a few pictures, including a famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth. Before marrying Elias, Gwyneth Roottrees was Gwyneth Anderson. Okay, let's see here. We're gonna go into our notebook and we're gonna say... Elias took over, the farm produced only syrup. It was supposedly Elias's idea to create candy instead. Their success was not immediate until they decided to combine the maple with other flavors. Let's actually delete that. We're gonna narrow it down into pieces here. Add Anderson Farm. Okay, and it's showing, if I highlighted them, it's highlighted in the search too. Okay, so we have that evidence now. Famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth Roottrees. Okay. Whoops. Click and click. This is Gwyneth Anderson. This is so they founded it, so he would be the first president, wouldn't he? Let's look up Elias Roottree just to be sure. Founder and first president. Yep. Okay. Okay. Notebook. You find what is essentially a propaganda site about him created by the Roottrees Candy Company. At the top, there's a picture of him and his wife, which we already have. Credited with inventing 5 pieces. Five Pieces became wildly successful, spent his time and energy on cementing his reputation as a family man. He is quoted on the site as saying, "Blood is thicker than syrup, and that any child linked by my blood shall be linked by blood to my legacy." Enthusiastically claims he made good on that promise, but offers no additional detail. Yes, it's like there's also implicitly whether you should trust it. So the teen tabloid is a questionable source. Both the type of magazine and the target audience makes it a source that you should kind of side-eye. To say they are biased is a massive understatement. Long list of accomplishment and awards. Like his great-grandson Carl, Elias was voted Watchman of the Year. So, the grandfather, all of this is Elias Roottree. Just delete that note. And get rid of page. Delete page. Okay, no, this is father of Carl. Right. Okay, well, that's a usability fail, is that I have to scroll down to the bottom to get to reorder. But, you know, they're still well ahead of things. Okay, so we know the grandfather was a college professor. So Carl's father here is a professor. He was the first president. She was ultimately just a housewife, wasn't she? But that's not correct. Oh no, that's 3 additional. I don't have 3 additional. This would only be 2. Let me check the notes on that, though. There's... Yeah, as a housewife. Okay, that should be accurate, but we need to cement one other person here. So if we find out which layer of president he is and get a picture of him, we're good. How about Gwyn Roottrees? Hey, J-Wing, it's moving along. This game has a great deal of potential. As long as it holds, it makes me interested in that they've got another game in the works. Information on the website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. Ah, the olden days. Not very well organized, and the search is broken, but you get to individual pages for your search engine. When Roottrees is a well-known actress from the 1950s. Okay, so this is, she has split up at least once. I don't know if you were here for it, Jay, but I mentioned the prior, like, heavy investigation game that we played, Scene Investigators. I would often joke on, like, after a stream by calling out how many pages of notes that I had created afterwards. The most one example is a single part of the first major case, like essentially case 1-2, was 18 pages of notes. And it was not uncommon that notes from one case could affect other cases. And fun fact, they didn't have a good note-taking interface at all. Okay, Gwyn from behind the scenes on one of her movies. Exactly, Jay. And there were a couple, some of the things required you to make some leaps. and how it worked. The ultimate conclusion of the game was neat, though, because you essentially traced the events surrounding a particular family from one moment in the past into the present. And it was constantly asking you, like, what happened to this person? Who did this? Where were they at this time? That was how you completed cases. And there was no intermediate. It's you would say, okay, I'm ready to answer the questions. And at the end, after that, it would just say, you got this many right or wrong. Wouldn't tell you which one, you wouldn't be able to tell exactly why. Widely circulated picture. Let's see. Gwen was the granddaughter of Elias, founder of Roottrees Candy. Which was quite rare in those days. Tied an onion to my belt, as was the fashion at the time. Okay, so this is a big one. Her birth name is not Roottrees. Oh, no. Her name is Roottrees. So her mother is a Roottrees. So granddaughter of Elias, but that doesn't necessarily help us because we have a very, they had 5 children. And so there would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. But it's her. This is Gwen. Because she had a divorce. Oh, this is lovely. So this is actually Gwen Roottrees. She was an actor, but she left the job. And it has to be their most recent job. Yeah. She left Hollywood after Christmas Mission. Okay, so let's look at our evidence and get that picture of her. Widely circulated photo. Click. We don't know who she was married to yet, but we have some things we can look up. Films, 1953, in which 2 secretaries cut their hair short and pose as businessmen to get ahead in life, till one of them falls in love with their client and hilarity ensues. Some of them definitely, Jay. They're... Maddock, who is also watching, mentioned that they went back and retouched some of the images to try to make them more age appropriate and less uncanny, but I feel like there is discordance in some of the images that makes it worse. But it is what it is. I mean, trying for art that is, the closer to human you try to make your art, the harder it is to avoid that kind of criticism. If something looks a little wrong and you have gotten really close, Uncanny Valley kicks in. Yeah, I agree with that, Maddock. The tree structure, one, it is a... Yes, it implicitly tells you how many people you are identifying, but I feel like without that, it starts to get really muddy what you're doing. It's, at least this way, it gives you a shell and says you have to fill in this many answers, kind of thing, with an indication of, oh, there are bonus ones. So you do have a goal, but the movement towards that goal is still strong investigative gameplay. The title is a play on words. So Gwyn Roottrees, Leslie Florence, Harrison Lane. Okay, let's daisy chain off of this. Nope. Television actor with a major role in Guys Like Us and some other films. His largest role before Guys Like Us was the villain in the first season of Western Frontiers. Due to the popularity of Guys Like Us, the studio brought Lane back to play the villain's twin brother, this time as a hero joining the protagonist. No connection to the Roottrees. Harrison Lane seems to be a dead end. I love that. I love that so much. Search this again. Maybe I didn't notice that. That doesn't mean it's a dead end. Technically, this doesn't mean it's a dead end. It seems to be as of right now. Okay, anybody else? Go. Christmas Mission is on a page called Flops. It was a war movie about World War I, released in 1955, that received poor reviews and lost the studio money. Gwyn had a role as a soldier's wife who wrote him letters from home. Okay. We're looking for evidence of what she did after. How about... just gonna... Okay, we need a periodical to get somewhere with it. All right, let's look at our board and see. Oh, actually, let's continue through the cycle here. Okay, how about red Roottrees? Wow, that's a name. Was an appointed judge and a politician who earned his nickname ironically because he was the ambassador to Ireland for only about 6 days. He then tried to run for state senate. He claimed to be related to the Roottrees Candy Company in a newspaper ad, but it came out that the last name was merely a coincidence, and he was defeated in a landslide. Neat. Red root tree is a red herring. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. It shows me right there. This is an unrelated person. Whoops. Nope. So this is James Jim. Duo Jim and Diamond with his wife, Diamond LaRue. Sources you find is considered a one-hit wonder due to the disco song Rollin' On Down to the City. Though Jim writes the majority of the songs, plays the guitar, and often sings, Diamond is considered by fans to be the band's lead singer. For the most part, I'm just recording this whole thing, but I'm breaking it into segments. Actually, let's start up here. Check the evidence folder. As seen in MMM, only the great-grandson of Elias Roottrees could make disco this sweet. It's barely at the top 20 hit for a few weeks in 1979, according to the liner notes. It satirizes how a part of society was content to remain indifferent to economic inflation and civil unrest in the Middle East unless pop culture tricked them into caring. Somewhat ironically, listeners didn't seem to pay attention to the lyrics enough to trick them into caring. Instead, most of its plays came from roller discos. The title screen had some nice kind of basic detective saxophone. As per usual, unless I'm feeling particularly brave, I usually don't play the music. It is a shame with a lot of games, but here we are. Oh, This is still my playlist going on. Because it was such a product of its time, it doesn't get much play anymore, even on stations that play oldies. Parenthetical, maybe that's why you've never heard of it before now. Take that, Jim. Yeah, one of the things that I've run into, Maddock, is that even if it is professed to be like open or royalty free, that kind of thing, you still either have unscrupulous individuals who will put claims on it if the YouTube system misattributes it to them, or you will have artists, like the people that originally wrote it, still claim it as theirs because you're using it in a video. It's weird. Okay, we are going to look up Diamond LaRue here just to be sure. She only appears in that regard. For giggles. Diamonds Dazzlers. A forum post called Cool Things You Got in the Mail on a random forum about video games. Which is that Jim and Diamond still send out a Christmas card every year to Diamond's Dazzlers. By some pictures as well as some history about the fan club. Apparently, even though it is no longer available to join, Jim and Diamond still honor it themselves personally. Fierce debate in the subsequent post about whether that's cool or pathetic. Pictures, among the pictures of Christmas cards from over the years, only one is relevant. The card from 1966 includes pictures of Jim Diamond's young son Wolf, as well as a note about his daughter's band. I guess it's the Floozies, but, you know, could have easily been, given that there's no E, it could easily been the Fluzzes. The Floozes. Okay, let's see if we can find them on the list. We have a couple that it could be. I think Wolf is ultimately a cooler name, but it is counterbalanced by it being kind of... it's counterbalanced by being a cool name. Like, it's the kind of thing that you wouldn't be able to capitalize on in any fashion. Okay, so they have 2 children and they're notable. This is very odd. It's kind of in this territory, isn't it? Let's double check the notes on him. Great grandson. Okay. son, grandson, great-grandson. Here. This has got to be Elias Roottrees. No, I'm sorry. James Roottrees. James Roottrees. And then, like, musician, singer, musician. And you. Hey, Rogue Radio. These 3 entries are correct and have been locked. Oh, nice. Yeah, hello, Sammy. Hello. And for those that are newer to the streams, if it seems like I'm talking to somebody you can't see in chat, they're in one of the other ones. We stream on 2 different formats on YouTube and on Twitch. I like that. Like that a lot. Okay, and you are... What was her name? Diamond LaRue. Have at least one picture of her there. This game is called The Roottrees Are Dead, Rogue. It is a detective/investigation game. And the idea is to identify all of the blood relatives in the LaRue the Roottrees family line. So everybody going all the way back to the founding of the company. Who are the blood relatives? Photo? Christmas card. So that is Wolf Roottrees. And then we also have in our notes, we have an indication that the daughter is in a band called, however you pronounce that, all-female punk band operating out of New York. And not because of the right, she normally doesn't review the opening act, but this one was unusual, and not because of the music, which she described as loud, fast, and repetitive, but not in the good way. The trio was extremely cagey about their identities. Let's do Wolf Roottrees here. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Sammy's yelling at me for not petting her enough. Yeah. Sammy has discovered that she likes to be held against my left shoulder. Similar to how Ember likes to be held on my right shoulder. But when Sammy does it, it pretty much is, she goes all the way across my torso, and it is a both hands operation. And she'll yell at me if I stop. So far, Sammy is the only one I have that has the, the standard meow kind of yowl cat voice. Ember Ember will actually, like, vocalize in that way, but only when she's playing, and it sounds like the... If you weren't aware of the sounds she makes when she's playing, you'd think she was in distress. Because she makes very similar sounds when Sky is bullying her and she's trying to get away from him. But it's like louder when she is playing. One of my cats, Mason, up until very recently was almost silent. Like, you'd have to listen real close in, like, one particular circumstance to hear him vocalize, and it was just kind of a meh kind of sound. But once I adopted Molly, the youngest cat, he has become increasingly vocal and demanding. Many of them have. Molly has catalyzed many of them, into being much more demanding of attention. And I think that's ultimately good for a lot of them. So they're all ensuring they get the attention that they want. Mentioned that for an underground and unknown band with absolutely no following, their equipment was extremely expensive, and not only were they selling CDs but they only cost $1. They probably were losing a fortune. Said although she bought a copy, she would be unlikely to ever listen to any of it again, except maybe Beef Baby, the 7th track. There is no picture of the Floozies performing live, but the cover of the CD they were selling, Conquistador, has been added to your evidence. Okay, we are going to loop through a couple of these. Song by the Floozies. You can't actually find anything else about it anywhere, but with a name like that, it's hard not to speculate on the subject matter, isn't it? Could it be a euphemism? Or about a newborn cow? Perhaps the Floozies are holding a grudge against a toddler. It certainly piques your curiosity, if only you had the time or resources to look into it further. Passing in an online review from earlier this year. Okay, yeah, same thing. Okay, we look at this. Go here, and we look at our music. Okay, this is tricky. Okay. The implication is that this is Candy. We don't know who that is, though. Any of these three. Gem, as well as a note. Do we have anything like a note in that? Interesting. Okay. They've got nice little subdivisions in it. Yeah, there's one more thing here, but we need confirmation that her name, which name it is, because this might not be her. So we'll have to circle back around to this further. Let's look for... Interesting, he doesn't appear at all. Okay. Let's do some. Let's make some guesses here. Nope. Nope. Candy would be the valuable one, since that is the guitarist in vocals, which is implied to be the one on the cover. There might be like magazines or similar that would reveal more about them. So back we go to our notable list here. Lauren Roottrees. Distant relative of the Roottrees sisters, is known for her book, A Life Between Wars. Early 1960s, she released a few romance novels under her married name. When her publisher learned she had been keeping diaries about her famous family, they insisted she release them under her original name, Lauren Roottrees, to take advantage of her family's notoriety. Selection of diary entries released in 1965 as A Life Between Wars. Just up there. Spans from the untimely death of her husband in World War II to coping with post-war world as a young widow and mother, as well. Let's actually delete that one. Well, it's her perspective on changing times and socialites all through the entry into Vietnam. While the content is not considered relevant to modern audiences, found new life as an exercise in high school English classes to show an evolution in writing styles. The success of her diaries, her publisher re-released her romance novels under the name Lauren Roottrees. The re-release by writing 2 new sequels, creating what the fans referred to as the Court Jester series. I know recent details about Lauren, though she is listed as retired. All right. Let's start some searches. We're gonna start here. This is book search. Seems you've hit the jackpot here. This book is occasionally taught in schools. You even find a hardcover edition. Wow, it's printing like crazy. And a hardcover edition for students that has full-page, high-quality pictures. Summary of the contents of the books, photos, as well as some particularly relevant entries from the diary have been added to your evidence. 7 new items. Nice. Does sound like an ink printer, so yeah. Whoa. Okay, an attempt to recapture this, the spirit of the 5 pieces photo with our generation. Then it is. I also didn't think it fair Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece, so one of the originals. So my inner child still holds a grudge even after all these years. So Lauren and Miracle are associated in that particular fashion. Let's actually look at that. So Miracle is a direct name. So the upper children are linked by those names. We will eventually need to figure them out, but I don't have enough information on like how many children they had, that kind of stuff, which would lead me to identify where they're supposed to be in the listing. I think he would be like a student, but it is unclear. Let's look back at that. It's Lauren and her husband. Okay, so X is split up, but there's no indication that of death in this. At least I'm not finding any marker that is, but the spouse died, you know? So it's got to be at least one generation out, because this is 1908 that it was founded by Elias. So it is at least a grandchild, if not a great-grandchild. Seems unlikely. Okay, so it's got to be a grandchild where there is one child, so that rules out these. We have here, and we have here. That could be Lauren. Son Clark. Never remarried, only had the one child. Granddaughter on the father's side. Okay. Okay, so one of the children of Elias and Gwyneth is the author of Clancid Trust here. Hey, I pronounced it right. A highly unusual corporate agreement named after Clancy Edward Roottrees. This is cinnamon extract. Oh, wow. 2 hours. Unique nature. The company mandates that a fixed percentage of its profits are split every quarter amongst bank accounts representing each direct relative of Elias and Gwyneth. Impossible to get around. The board of directors must be thrilled. Well, assuming it's not a private. Assume it's a public company and not a, not that it remained private. Which family members have tried to forcibly remove another member from the trust. Interesting. Oh, Clancy Edward. The information you can discover is from a university law school, which apparently had a guest lecturer talk about Roottrees versus RR. All right, we have a couple more things to dive into off of this, but quickly, going to take a short break and be right back. And we're back. Okay, so we have the court case, the 5-piece guarantee, in Clancy Edward. Let's change this to and we're going to say here. Oh, just wanted to. So we're going to start with Clancy Edward Roottrees, which is just that stuff, all right? RR attempted to unsuccessfully remove a fellow family member from the trust. First person in question was born out of wedlock, and second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. Still, due to the ironclad wording, it was impossible to remove any direct descendant of Elias Roottrees without dissolving the trust. Exactly, Lore. The scandal. And the 5-piece guarantee. Isolation, it is somewhat baffling. Just a moment. Act choke. Much more of an allergic reaction kind of thing, Rogue. It's kind of that time of the year. Happily, well, we're heading into the period where it will be at its worst. Well, one of the two where it'll be at its worst, you know. I try to mute before I, cough into the mic. Yearly salary of Roottrees president is always locked to the price of a single pack of 5 pieces. When the 5-piece guarantee went into effect, that was 25 cents a year. Now it's closer to $4. Combined with the Clanstead Trust, however, it makes a bit more sense. Elias wanted to ensure that only his direct relatives could afford to be president. And he knew that because their passive income was tied to the profits of the company, they would have a vested interest in keeping the company as profitable and successful as possible. Whether or not this was smart or this was a smart or successful decision is widely debated both online and in person by economics enthusiasts of all levels of expertise. Okay. So this is one of the 5 pieces. Yeah, it's one of those things that after a period of time, it dilutes further and further and further. Though, one of the things is it depends on how wealthy we're talking. The presence of absurdly wealthy people, hundreds of billions, trillions of dollars, distorts what people consider a lot of money. Like, if you had $1 million in a bank account, that is an absurd amount of money to have as a liquid asset. Just absurd money. Then you think of, what if you had $1 billion as a liquid asset? We have that sort of, oh, but that's only a little money. But if that trust, like if your unit of the trust ended up with $1 million, you're kind of set. And that's also not accounting the kind of the inheritance trickle as more and more of the members of the family die, or what they do with the money, since they have access to it at 18. I mean, given that we have, the phenomenally successful Jim and Diamond LaRue, Jim Roottrees and Diamond LaRue, there are going to be some particular branches of the family that really need that money and might not have a lot that they radiate down from it, Well, exactly, Tass. They're searching for their fortune, and they'll find it all in 5 piece. Okay, so we have Clan said trust. We have Clancy Edward. Nothing. Souls. Oops. Nope. All right. Who else do we have? What else do we have? Oh. I've discovered additional lines on the parchment. Entry called Complaints from Lauren Roottrees' diary. I can't remember if it's called that, but have you reached the point in the series that involves a great deal of candy, Tess? Like a lot of candy? Yeah, yeah. It's more related than you might think. Okay, let's see. It's Gwyn. Seems everyone had something to complain about. Gwyn, as an only child, complained of loneliness. Okay, notes. Notes. Gwyn. Okay, and then Lauren. Okay, so primarily this implies that she has a relation of one of her parents is Margot, and we do know that she is a granddaughter. I can't remember here. I even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the two of them. Okay, Gwyn and Aunt Margot are blonde, which I think we already know about Gwyn. Yes. So we don't know who Aunt Margot is, though. That could be Gwyn's mother. That doesn't really help me. Must admit, seeing her everywhere contributes to my unhappiness. Her visage stares at me from my coffee table. She gets to be in Starlit, kissing folks like this, while Bill Williams is a new one. Referring to Gwyn. Oops. Save. Then reorder. Bring you up here. Girl with all the luck in the world was jealous of me. Now, though I have been undoubtedly burdened with terrible tragedy, death of her husband, so lucky to be born into a family that can support me for eternity. Okay, so this is a new person. Harrison Lane's a dead end, but this is also relevant. She's the first Roottrees woman to be anything other than a housewife, which everybody else would be a housewife all down this line. We would, assuming we find which ones are the women. But Wild Bill Williams, who is that? of some non-notable movies in the 1950s. He appears in an adventure movie called Fortune Favors the Grave, which is yet to be released for home audiences. Don't find any additional information. Known for his good looks and off-screen romances, specifically with blondes. He was married 4 different times and 4 different actresses. There's a Hollywood rumor that he even approached Marilyn Monroe at a party. Been split up. And we know that she's a granddaughter. Hello, Kiko. Welcome. We're playing an investigation game. There is a decent chance that this is Wild Bill, but we don't know. So let's go to Gwyn's notes again. Okay, no additional information about that film. It tells us up front you're not going to find anything. Okay, so that's where it stops for now, but we may find more information looping back around. So back to Lauren. But again, Kiko, welcome. Starlet. Oh, that's another one to look at. New periodical, Starlet. Starlet was a magazine that was started with the colorization of film. It was a tabloid with a focus on famous actors and actresses. Okay, so we're going to go to our periodicals. We're going to say Starlet, and we're going to say Gwyn Roottrees. So often in Starlet, most mentions were around the time of her divorce. Yes. Definitely, Jay. It grants you the strange power of fantastical wealth. Some of it focuses on the fact that she announced her divorce. When she announced it, she also announced she was pregnant again. Doesn't really help us as far as multiple affairs. Also an interview where she was asked about her last name. Bless me with a famous name. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall, but Roottrees has power. All right, Jay, thanks for swinging by. See, he goes by Wild Bill, but is that his actual name? Okay, this is her mother's name is Cornwall. Let's see if we can find that. Walter Forsythe. Though he doesn't mention her by name, you determined from context he's talking about Gwyn. Earlier this year, I did a friend a favor. He was directing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. When you know it, and it cut me from the picture. It's just ribbing. It wasn't his fault. Apparently the studio didn't want to pay for a star of my caliber. Rumor was that his divorce from Gwyn was due to multiple affairs. Okay. So this right here. So the two children, there is uncertainty around their parentage. That was, who's now? Walter Forsythe. What is she doing now? Okay, so this would imply that their children have R in their first names. And potentially RO, but generally, at least just the R. Anything else we can tell about this? Nothing yet. So these will have the name Roottrees. Okay, well, back to this. Roottrees' diary, it focuses on her grandfather Elias announcing he would step down as president and the meeting to determine his successor. Granddad was furious none of his sons would take over. Let's switch that one out for the whole thing here. Okay. This is the second president is among the grandchildren. End up going to Zach. Even though his surname didn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. That's the other thing that I need to watch out for. When there's children, they need to be in birth order, left to right. As if Clancy, if it ever came up that a woman would take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick-witted, at least with catty remarks, countered back, maybe they wanted it to go to the only members of the family who looks like he samples the product. The implication being that Zach is chubby. Okay, so Zach doesn't have the last name Roottrees. She is a sibling of Clancy. Doesn't... No. She just asked Clancy. Because Clancy is among the lawyers. But this is also... At least one of these 3 professions appear amongst the 5 pieces. Architect, preachers, and lawyers. Like, Clancy is a lawyer. Okay. Entitled Sam. Elias Roottrees had given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in family gatherings. Might have to move all of this into a separate category from Lauren. But since she wrote the book, I'll keep it here for now. Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwen's in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. Revel, I didn't recognize Sam as Uncle Junior at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. Uncle Junior. So there is a junior amongst the children, the five pieces, who is married to a Patsy. Okay. Sam working alongside the farmhands, EC, and John. Okay. Okay. So this is a double. She has a brother named Eli, E-L-I, and also Miracle's youngest son is Eli. And when he was riding his mini bike, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that's proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli certainly seemed thrilled. Explains why an outsider has cozied into family affairs, especially one who works on the farm of all places. Whatever happened to blood is thicker than syrup? Why is Granddad making an exception now? And Sam is likely to run afoul of this process because it is a blood relative. And I have to wonder if Sam is thus involved in trying to identify all of these relatives. Or potentially, you know, the top secret envelope of Endgame mystery. There are 3 more secrets that come out of this one. This thing is a treasure trove. Hey, she has a son named Clark, and Clark married a Danielle. This generation is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person can spend? Forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Okay, so this is her referring to the Roottrees sister's father, Carl. But I don't know what the chain here is. Her father forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Now, it could be then that Clancy is Carl's father, but that is not made clear here. I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. Back in my day! Our brothers all seemed to pursue paths of knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Ah. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. Implication. We don't know who Edward married, but the implication is that Edward is black. Just do a quick search on that one. Public library. Thought it'd be neat, cute. Mac's not a bad president after all. And his sisters seem to be doing a good job raising her twins. So Zach has a sister that has twins. Okay, so we have the 5 pieces, the next gen, and then the free spirits. Yeah, but the free spirits in any other family, they'd all end up on the streets. Even Clark. That is an interesting assertion given... Wait. This is relevant. This is whatever Jacob's name is. She's saying that Lauren carried that name. Yeah. So Lauren is not listed as Roottrees. She is going to have a different name. So if we look, she is going to have married and have one child in the lineage that also got married. But we don't have an indication, and tricky. All right, who else is on the... This is the easy list. There's Lauren. We're not done there. Junior married Patsy. Televangelist. Okay, here's our preacher. Oh, man. Full, like, revivalist kind of guy. Or, you know, big fancy church, you know, be healed sort. News expose revealed that it was his wife Edith's sister in disguise. His wife Edith. Author also mentions that Edith had a bit of a checkered past herself, but it doesn't clarify. Lost his television show and instead goes on tour across southern United States. Okay, Miracle Network. Search. The Miracle Network, run by the testimonies. Miracle Roottrees arrived so late in his mother's life that they swore he wouldn't survive his first year. Why is he Miracle Jr., though? Maybe it's like Miracle Elias Jr. kind of thing. Okay. Younger than his brothers and sisters. Miracle is all the way on the right. The power of God on his side, he persevered. Even regained his sight. Okay, no. Roottrees Jr. is different. Okay, this is... Okay, this is a separate one. Here is Miracle Roottrees. Tricky. That's why it's Miracle Jr. "23 years later might be a indicator of how we can place Miracle Jr. in the list." Yeah. At 18, he... so we're gonna We're going to loop back over to Miracle Jr. Okay, Miracle Jr. dropped the name Roottrees, but he was born Roottrees, and that is the name that we're supposed to use, is their original birth name. Okay, we have a flyer that we can look at for Miracle Jr. here. Wow! Hey there, Laura. Oh. Miracle the Third. Okay, let's get a note. Jeez. The rainbow tie and handkerchief, and the fact that the sun also has that. This is Miracle. Yes. So this is the next generation, but they're pictured with Miracle because he was born so late in his mother's life that he is of an age with the grandchildren. Be in the photo. So this is okay, this is the 5 pieces. So her father on the left, and then Miracle there. We don't know who the others are. Interesting. Look at that. Those numbers here on the left above my ear there are the number of clues remaining in the images. Okay. Let's keep going through the list here. Oh, no, that's all of them that we can get right now. So again, Miracle is the youngest child. So we know this is Miracle. who is that. And that is Miracle. I mentioned the spouse, I thought. And this is Miracle Jr., who is a notable. And then that would make this Miracle the Third. Then it's a preacher. Oh, wait. Okay, first. Looks like preacher is still the way to go. And then, is that Nicole? I don't know if we can safely say that yet. Also a preacher. Okay, let's see what we lock in. Good.
You're on a roll. I'll try to keep that momentum going. Carl's office was a mess, thanks to some burst pipes. But I unearthed a photo from a 1970s Roottrees reunion. I also found some important-looking papers.
Okay, and as you progress, they dump more different evidence on you, which gives you more threads to follow.
You've traced 9 blood relatives so far. I'll have more to share after you find 9 more.
Okay, though. We're going to stop right about on time here, but we're probably going to play more of this very soon. This is engaging. But first, let me check a couple of things before I commit to that. Buttons, buttons, buttons. Let's go a little longer. I have such things to be shown. Stephanie Jones for City Council, better for Butler County. Handwritten note attached that seemed personal. It's a flyer about a candidate for a local office, Stephanie Jones. On the back is an excerpt from the newspaper article from the Butler County Times about her campaign. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least, but in her words, it was still full of love. And now, 22 years later, with a baby of her own due, around Christmas, her message for voters is simply love is our future. The note says, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity and your daughters bring. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. CM. Okay. Let's just do a note here. Okay, we don't have an indication of who is part of the family here, but this is an indication here that CM is the one related to Carl. Photo has a note attached from your employer. Here's a bonus. When I pulled the water damage picture of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Right on the back is, couldn't make the reunion. Wishing you well from Paris. Gwen and the boys. Okay. Okay, and then we have you, and you, and this one is of Gwen. We still don't know what her final occupation was, because it listed her as retired, but like we don't have that. But we know that 2 of her children here are these others. Are the 2 other people in the picture there. The Shiva candle. To Carl and Brenda, I'm sorry that you were unable to attend the funeral. Love not only for his family, but for his family's legacy. Said, but Ernie and I know it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and that it was no coincidence that it happened shortly after your visit, Brenda. So let's see. This is a Debbie. Can I not have more notes than this? It's a problem if I can't keep all of these. We don't need this one. Yeah, I think we only get so many notes. That's weird. Unfortunate. Because we really do need that. We really do need more of them. But before we continue, I'm going to take a quick break and be right back. And we're back. Is there a way? Quickly. Well, you answered the question I was searching for. Carl and Brenda. Well, at least we have these broken up like that, but... She just hold a big reunion, recreate an old family photo. This is the one from the 70s, and Carl's the teenager in the middle. Sorry about the water damage. A pipe burst in Carl's office. Carl right there. November. Large number of cursive signatures. So this has got, I believe this is another picture of Miracle Jr. That would be people from here. I have 1, 2 more in the notables list. This has got to be Lauren then, because it's her grandfather. She is a next gen, so this has got to be Lauren. Is it? I thought she said she took on a different name. We can't. Oh dear. We're gonna go with Lauren Roottrees for now. She was an author. And her picture is in the book. That one. That's her husband. Okay. They have a son named Clark who just ripples down through people here. Rafferty. Which would make that Jacob Rafferty. And then in Lauren's giant pile of notes here. Danielle. which is potentially wrong. We don't know that it's actually a Danielle Franks. We're going to put actor in here for her for now. Hey there, Garrett. Be in the photo. Gwendolyn. That one is Molly, Garrett. That is the youngest cat. So we know this is Carl. We want a... He's the first president. There is another photo of Elias hanging around somewhere. Is there a Patsy? Okay, there's two Patricias, so that doesn't help us. I think this is a Nicole. No. Miracle Jr. had a wife named Edith. Edith Jacobson. Third, his wife is Nicole. We don't know which one it is. Okay. Yeah, this is Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy. Uncle Junior, though, this is... It's got to be her there. Why would it be... That's not Miracle. That's not Patricia, then. There's got to be another uncle that can be referred to as Junior. Unless she is referring to Uncle Junior being essentially her cousin. Since it is Miracle, Miracle Jr., and Miracle the Third. Eli is Miracle's youngest. Oh, no. Okay, then Eli, then it's like one of her siblings is also an Elias. Which means the E and... Not that one. This one. E is for elderberry. There is another Elias in this. There's also another M. We know this is Clancy Edwards. We don't know if this is age-ordered. It is implied to be age-ordered with the introducing M for Miracleberry. Tree. Oh, I don't remember the lyrics showing up here. Again, I've discovered more lines on the parchment. Lyrics don't seem... Yeah, the lyrics of this song contain no clues. It is nice when they do that. Modern Music Monthly, a magazine from the 40s to early 80s. Okay, let's try Jim Roottrees in a periodical search here. Jim. TJ and JD with my cousin and his ex. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me. This is for Jim Roottrees, so I still have that notebook. I have nothing in Wolf Roottrees here. Just like I don't have anything for... Well, I do have stuff for James Roottrees' daughter. Okay. That's my Steam. Utor. C and J and D. Oh, okay. That is Clark and James, then Jane and Diamond. No, Clark and Jane, and James and Diamond. Okay, yeah. So that is another band that we'll look up in a moment. When Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her youngest sister, everything exploded. No more family band. Clark is Lauren's son. That's right. So that is Diamond and Jane LaRue, which means one of the subsequent marriages of, or relations of Clark Rafferty, is Jane LaRue. Called me up and said he liked it. I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction musically. That made him laugh, but I'm trying to make art. He started Raffertunes. He's a much better jingle writer than a songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. Also how my father was connected to Roottrees. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on walls over the record player. Okay. So, Carl Rafferty, it says he's a jingle writer, which is like an advertiser, but it might still be, so that's advertising, but let's just make sure there isn't a, yeah, okay, we're going to say advertising. We don't know the association here. We don't know that yet. That can't be Dan. Oh, okay, no. There is a LaRue. There is another LaRue here. Unless LaRue is a stage name. Jane LaRue. One of them is Jane LaRue. No. No. It's not Jane LaRue. Jane LaRue was one of them. He was married to... Okay, well, let me word this out. Okay. We're in C and J and J and D, which I want to look up. This is another band. Yeah. A band called C and J and D released one single called These Times. Someone with the username of XXX Diehard Dazzler XXX scanned the cover and noted that it cost him over $200 at auction. So the Dazzlers are the fan club of James Roottrees and Diamond LaRue's music. Apparently, this was Jim and Diamond LaRue's first song together. He also mentioned that it was performed with Jim's cousin and Diamond's sister, and that it was only somewhat similar to Jim and Diamond's later works. That makes sense, because it's that I believe it implied Carl tried writing some of the music, and it didn't work out for them. Find anything else about them, the band, or the single. So all that's left is to do is add the scan to your evidence. After a blazing fast 35-minute download, the track is also available. The olden days. Oh. Apparently you can click the walls. Okay. It will be hard to identify them by this image. Folk-style songwriting. Catchy. Clark Rafferty and Jim Roottrees. Backup vocals by the LaRues. Okay. The lyrics of this song contain no clues. All it does is change the background music, which I have off. Okay. So if we go back to the notes here. My cousin and his ex. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me. So this is Clark Rafferty. His father died before he was born. His father died in I think it was World War II. Yeah. Grew up like brothers. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand. So Jane LaRue is Clark's ex. So it is after they broke up. So we go over here. And this is Jane LaRue. Which then implies that this is Kim LaRue. But we're not sure. So one of those pictures is Jane. And one of them is Clark. Can we get kind of brown hair and with a beard? And based on this is implied to be James, but it's kind of hard to tell. And in that same vein, maybe we can get where is it? Here. So Diamond is definitely blonde. So this has got to be Jane here. And I think this is Clark and this is James here. So we're going to put that this is James, that this is Diamond, that this is Clark, and that this is Jane. if we go into our evidence and we look at here. That, I believe, is Carl. We don't know which president Carl, like which order he was in. Any other things we can search in this one? Section of the magazine called Skip It or Flip It has a short pithy blurb about new records. An album called These Times is listed under the Skip It column with the following. New single by Clark Rafferty, Jim Roottrees, and the two LaRue sisters. Amateur folk styling is catchy at times, but ultimately doesn't do anything new. It is implied that this might not be correct, because I have this and this and this, which should have triggered new blood relations, but we'll keep looking. Because that is a correct photo of him. What if we put... no, that won't matter. This one might, though. Oops. Had the photos reversed. Nice. Which then means that's you. Oh, he's not locked in yet because we don't know which president he is. It's like the number you have to get is like doubling each time. Oh, Clark and Jane. And Jane and James and Diamond. Good. Yeah. Yeah. Good call. Okay. What else do we have? So this is the this is the father of Lauren, and the father she is in the family on the father's side. So if we look here, this is him. And let's see. Let's just look at the piece of evidence that gives us that. I thought it was a Cornwall, but is it Castle? Might have been Castle. Where's the gigantic pile of notes that is Lauren? There we go. Hassel. Which is Sarah Kossel. Making a lot of progress, Rogue. Okay. Closer. That is the brother. If we got... the third in line, there is a... Again, there is a bit of a leap we can make with this. Could that be... Clancy Edward Roottrees, who is a lawyer? And that this would thus be Margaret, and that this would be this is a leap. I don't actually know their order. We're getting there. The yellow ones are the ones that we have locked in. So let's look at some more of these. Thought so. This guy in the background. Yeah. Aunt Gwendolyn. Mr. Morden. That's Mr. Morden. Now it's possible, since this is definitely Miracle, he is the youngest. These are not in age order. Then Gwendolyn is the G in the names. Which I think was the first one in the list, but... this is where I think it falls apart, because G, so that's Gwendolyn, which would make that the oldest. Oh, that's tricky. We don't know what the E would be then. We can guess a bit, but we're not sure. So these are three, like her three male siblings. Let's jump back to Carl Roottrees' notes. Our notes on Carl Roottrees. And we're going to look up this. Business Watch magazine is a magazine focused on companies, CEOs, and the economy. Around for over 100 years in one form or another, and will often write about major changes in management at famous companies. Every year they offer an award to a prominent businessman who has furthered the field. They call this Watchman of the Year. You find through a few searches that the two Roottrees have been featured as Watchman of the Year. Elias, and Carl. And yeah. Okay, so we're going to look up. We're going to start with this in Business Watch magazine. To look that up in Business Watch. Hey, Totally Human. Welcome. Freshman of the Year in 1987 for his work with Root. The cover and a summary of the article has been added to your evidence. Excellent. That was indeed Carl. Let's get his main picture in here. Welcome. Welcome, Totally Human. Watchman of the Year, 1987. Photo of him. Chosen not for his work at Roottrees Candy, but rather a clothing company. Married, Carl's wife Brenda was a fashion consultant when Raina was born. She retired to become a stay-at-home mother. His new clothes were a hit with other parents, including Carl's cousin Jim Roottrees, notable singer. Yeah. Okay. Around the same age as Raina. That. We don't have enough information about Wolf or James' other kid to line them up. Because this does not infer that the daughter is first. It's just indicating that there is a daughter around the same age as a daughter this guy has. Well, the second cousin, Ernie Jr. Ernie Jr. was president of Roottrees at the time. So we know Zach is the second. Then Ernie Jr. is the third. He's got to be like fourth or fifth. What do we have to list here? Okay, we still have another one to line up. There is a cousin, Ernie Jr. in here. But we don't know. The cousins are all the way around here. There's a lot of them. They refused to fund anything other than the candy because the blood relatives only get money into their portion of the trust if the candy company succeeds. Carl's work with Root is purely what he like. That's purely him, his company. So Carl personally spent his entire inheritance to bankroll the clothing company. When the profits began to appear, however, the rest of the family changed their tune. They repaid his investment, and now Root exists under the umbrella of the candy company. For tradition, or perhaps superstition, new clothes debuted in the same way that they did. Raina became their catalog's cover model. So there's two things that relay off of this. But the implication of this is that had a young daughter at about the same age as Reyna. Reyna is his oldest, I think. Yes. Why is her name in blue? Puzzles me. So I think this one might actually be Wolf over here. And as of our knowledge of this is that she's a musician. We can take, we say Candy here, that's Candy Roottrees, which makes that her. The order could be wrong. Again, I'm making a inference here that if this is the oldest child, and the magazine calls out that at the time he had a young daughter, it's either Wolf here is older or Wolf is younger. We can't really tell by the picture, but to me, Candy looks older than Wolf. Wild guess. But perhaps a little informed. He's a professor, don't know what the grandfather's name was or his mother. Two other things we're supposed to be able to get out of this. His second cousin. So there is a Zach amongst this line, that is the second president. So that was in the Lauren notes. Even though his surname doesn't match the Candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn five-piece. So here's the trick. We don't know which one it is. It's the firstborn son. It could be either of these. Do we have about the 5 pieces? So the guess that I'm making with these is the that it's in the order of the 5 pieces. So, you know, the Gwendolyn, then E, then CE, then Margolite, and then Miracle, because it's Aunt Margot, and then Miracle because he is absolutely the youngest. He is about the age of like Gwen and Lauren. We can make a guess on... Oh, and Margolite is a housewife. Which would make Gwendolyn a housewife. She is the first Rootttree not to be a housewife. So that's before she became an author. She referred to her as the first one not to be a housewife. Now, it's possible that they have another profession that happened after Gwen became an actress. Because at that point, all bets are off. These are the 5 pieces. This is Margot. Because Margot is blonde. That's Auntie Margot. Wait. Gotta check the notes. Check the notes. That is in Lauren... Gwen and Aunt Margot, they are both blonde. So we can then say that this is Aunt Margot. Nice. Nice.
It's time for your headlines. Once an hour, every hour, on the 45. It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale. In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl Roottree's belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably, a framed photo of the Roottree family from the mid-1970s that Carl had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing and why. For that article, search online for WRTD News. Again, that's WRTD.
Okay, well, let's... Investigative jazz radio station. About a picture taken from Carl's office after the plane crash. Wasn't a break-in. Instead, someone with a key to the office took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to a recent storm. Means it was likely someone close to the family who was aware of the history and wanted to save it. Psychologist, however, also goes on to posit that the culprit had an alternate agenda, specifically because nobody in the family has come forward to say they have it in their possession. Comment below the article says, "Don't believe their lies. This is just another instance of the Roottree curse being a real thing. I bet you Carl was murdered and the picture has evidence." The implication here is that the one that went into the office and took that picture, which I believe is the one we have, the water damaged one of all of the quote free spirits, is the person we're working for. Search. Trees are cursed with Carl and Brenda and their girls. That makes 5 new deaths. Okay, well, this deserves a page. Or at least it would seem that it should. There is a root tree named Guy who was a president. That's another president. There's another entry that claims if you connect the dots in the pattern of 5 pieces wrapper, it creates a Mayan ruby skull. A secret message meant to subliminally scare people away. Post before that has a link to a site that talks about how Earth has 4-corner simultaneous 4-day time cubes. The author of this site seems to agree. Entry from a few months ago claims that the owner of the site received an email from Chris Raff 75 at prodigy.us asking him to take down his site with faked proof that Ernie Madison actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. The owner claims that although the proof looks quite credible, he knows that the proof was fake because he's an expert at creating fake evidence. Huh. The first entry is from 1996 that has a blurry photo of the Roottrees Candy Company, seemingly taken by the website's author from behind a fence and through some trees. It seems that Operation RT-29 is real. I witnessed a helicopter land. Oh, that's... Their claim that the Roottrees are changing the candy recipe to include more and more chemicals. It was done in cooperation with bad actors from an unknown government. They claim that due to a loophole in the calendar, it's possible to get away with nearly any crime on a leap day so long as it isn't discovered until the day is over, and that every 4 years on a leap year, the Roottrees Company hosts a meeting with foreign agents to conspire to poison our children. Their proof is that Roottrees candies contain polyglycerol polyricinoleate. They claim it is added in an attempt to addict people and eventually induce mind control. The website claims to sell pills that counteract this effect for children that have already eaten Roottrees candy in the past. You do an additional search for polyglycerol polyricinoleate, and it seems to be an emulsifier in chocolates approved by the FDA and widely used across many products. Oh. Cute. Hicks Pop. Find a simple page called The Art of Rafferty, copyright 1997, on Prodigy that lists the author's email address as ChrisRaff75. This is the guy who is a pro at faking evidence. Below a bunch of GIFs that say under construction. Oh, the olden days. There are a few art pieces. The first is a painting captioned "Me and my fiancée, Lulu." A painting I did for my first year of college that I plan to give her when we get married in May. Go Tartans. There is an odd collage called Cousins, which seems to be made up of 3 scrambled images. The accompanying artist statement says, "We had to create a piece of art about our family. I asked as many of my extended family of cousins for their pictures as I could. Even some I've never met. Only a few of them got back to me, and my teacher said I wasn't allowed to use pictures of Raina, Riley, or Rose, so I had to get creative and use only my third cousins. This included Davy, he swims for UCONN, and Bethany's yearbook picture. She's Davy's younger sister. And Stephanie, who is an only child. Chris's artwork has been added to your evidence, but the cousins photo will need to be unscrambled before you can use them. You've downloaded a new application, Pixpop, to edit the photos." Click. Is this a sliding one? Cousin D Cho Tu Mai? Oh. It was very faint. Oh, that's kind of obnoxious. No. Even is that? Ah, okay. Quiet duck. I got this. Arena. Bess Williams. I haven't looked up that book. Too bad. It's just a collection of quotes, though, so. Miracle the Second, Miracle Junior, I think we can pull the notes for. There. We are getting there. Okay, so there is a photo of the second generation. Cousin's art. Chris Rafferty's, and he is a cousin of these, which this is a complex portion. It is in here somewhere. That is Chris Rafferty. And he said something like second cousins. Did I put that note in a weird place? Okay, so Chris Rafferty is, at the time, going to be married, but we don't know if they actually are, which still brings into question, like, do I list that, you know? If they are, then it would be down this way, and it would imply the illegitimate child here. Let's look at some more of the photos. This is the next generation. So this should be Miracle Jr. Oh, no, that's Miracle. I believe this is Zach. Okay, so this one, where are you? You. We don't know which kid that is. That is either Miracle Jr. or it's this one. Because everybody else is the second generation. That's got to be Clancy. No? Oh, yeah, because it's somebody else. It's somebody in this row. Which means this is... It's got to be this kid. One of these two... This one or this one have got to be Miracle Jr. Don't know who the redhead is. One of these two is Lauren. One of them is Sam. Wanted to have Eli stand all the way on the left, but I was overruled. Since he looked like Pop did in the old one. Okay. This is the old one. That's Pop. So let's see. He has... there's two of them that look like him. There might be something about the clothing we can infer. This would be looks like Pop. That's got to be Eli then. Which to me says that this is Miracle Jr. maybe not. We're gonna remove this picture. Okay, so this is only supposed to be the next generation with three exceptions. Gwyn isn't here. Sam is here. And Miracle is here. So one of these is Sam, and one of them is Miracle. This is Miracle. This can't be anybody other than Miracle. We have nobody else that matches it, and Miracle is the one that started the whole crazy preacher line of the family. Just notice we don't have a cat. Let's check here. I don't even remember when Molly crawled into my lap. That's how focused I have been. And she is conked right out. Have a good way of distinguishing That's got to be Laura. Gwendolyn. No. Those pictures aren't of that. They're of this group. Okay, she is not present. He is present. As is his brother. His brother is one of the many Eliases. But we don't know which Elias that is. We don't know who that is either. Again, one of them has to be Zach as well. That's got to be Zach. Because when everybody's being petty, they call out that he's kind of chubby. Force Clancy to send him to the academy. This is Clancy. Clancy Jr., who is a professor. We don't know Grandma's name yet, but that's Clancy. Look at so this is the 5 pieces. Which follows down this line. Clancy Jr. is a professor whose picture has got to be in here. And if I had to guess, if I had to guess who in this picture is the professor, black-rimmed glasses, green bow tie, and what is probably a suit that has patches on the arms is going to be this guy. This is a guess, but it's also he is darker haired. And we have to get that from somewhere. We don't know what Sarah Castle looks like or what Clancy's mother looks like, but I'm going to go with that until we get a better indication. And I actually think this is the youngest son of Miracle here, because Miracle is there, which only leaves a few of them. And it's not shocking that this would be the younger Miracle Jr., because, again, Miracle is very young. We don't know who this is yet, or that. They're in this region somewhere. They are not these. These are males. There are 2 men unaccounted for. It is not him. So, yeah, one of these is this guy. They insist that the 4 of us stand together. Okay, yes. But... oh. If that's her... all right, let's reassess. Once again, we're going to take you out of there. We're going to put this as you, because the 4 of them are standing together. There is another person in here that we can't account for. If she is Lauren, we don't know who that is then. So I'm going to pull this picture here as well. I think this is right. That is the oldest brother. He does look like the eldest. Then it would be this, and then this. This would be Eli, and then somebody else. We are going to go with that for now. Because that is them standing together. I don't know who that would be then. Because she says in the middle, which could also be that. We don't know. And so I should remove them. I don't have that. But I feel confident that no matter what, in the middle, since it is not him, and that it's not him, it can't be her or her. So she is unrelated. It could be these 4, and that is Lauren. I don't think it would be. Or it is these 4. They said in the middle, which would imply here. Tough. I think that's right, though. And we know we have 3 of them. And this followed my assertion that they're in age order. So this is Gwendolyn Roottrees. She must be in this picture, which makes that Gwendolyn. Okay. One of these is Zach. If we can get a better inference of that, I don't know that we can follow. Like, I can't make a determination of either of these yet. But maybe there's something more. Okay. So, Most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department. Which Edwards do we have? Zachariah Morden. That is the one that we're looking for. She says Mr. Morden, but that could be the father of Zach Morden. South of Pennsylvania, illegal marriage in the time? Yeah. Edward Roottrees and Elias Roottrees. One of... Okay, so... my guess is one of these is... So we have an Edward and an Elias. I think one of these two is a lawyer, because there is an Edward that is... He said that will take over the department. He is the lawyer for Roottrees Candy, and taking over the department when he retires implies that there is another lawyer that would take over. Given... I don't really have a good marker. I don't have a good indication of which one that would be. But the implication is that this Edward married a black woman then. Unclear. Unclear. These are the free spirits. This is odd to me, because he appears in free spirits. Right there. His hair and skin tone. We have some orange hair. Why is he in the free spirits? Is it just... Is it his age is the thing? Because it's not him. This is the guy on the left. And he is in the next generation list. Like, he is in that row. But my guess is, because Miracle here is of an age with these, that everybody is essentially down a notch. Like, he is probably lumped in more with the cousins here. This is still a guess, but I feel like it's a good one. Yeah, it's because Pops made Clancy. The only other Clancy is Clancy Jr. He is Clancy Edward. We don't know which of the pictures of her children, which line up to this. All right, let's look at the evidence that we can still extract things from. There's piles of stuff in here yet. That was her first published book. Her first published book was not under her original name. I'm going to go looking for it. We need to know. Yeah, it's this guy's tummy's upset. He tends to seem to overeat now and again. He's a bad president after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Okay. Zach has a sister who is raising twins. We don't know. Again, one of these is Zach. One of these pairs are twins. We are still not helped. We're going to look up Lauren Roottrees again. Okay, it was under Lauren Rafferty. No copies available. X marks the spot. That's terrible for a romance novel. That's... which would then be Lauren Roottrees at that point. Revisiting the diary. Haha. Nice. Nice. Oh, this was a good game to pick. Featuring new insights, additional thoughts, and never before seen entries. Okay. We're gonna make a page specifically for revisiting the diary. because the other one is just piled on. Elias Roottrees had died, and during the reading of his will, there was an audible gasp when a certain name was read, Samantha Roottrees. He had a stipulation that she retained the rights to run the farm and any and all decisions related to it. Sam is not a he, Sam is a her. It's then that the scandalous secrets came out. None of the 5 pieces were surprised, but it was quite a shock to everyone else, including Sam. She had been told her parents died. Apparently, Sam was the illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia Christensen. So we now know one of the children was illegitimate. That is Sam. And I believe the implication from the court case in... Where is it? The Clancid. I thought I had it somewhere. First, was born out of wedlock, and second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. So it is implied this is Sam. Patricia, the daughter of a local steel mogul, and Eli Jr. harbored a secret romance at age 16. She became pregnant, and after the birth, her father refused to let her see Eli Jr. ever again. Maybe Samantha was sent to the Roottrees. Elias hid her away with the local farmhand known as EC. She was married off to a much older man and sent away, and that was the end of that, almost. Next gens had ever met or heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared, now going by Patsy. Patsy was called out as the wife of one of them, one of the miracles. Mentioned the wedding. Okay, we'll have to revisit that. But isn't she a blood relation? Maybe there's a stipulation about wedlock. But I thought she has a blood relation then, if it was Elias Jr. Okay, let's go back to the first one. We need to separate this out. diaries, untimely death, roommates in the court. Right here. Okay. We are moving all of this over because it is just a pile of notes between Lauren's diary and that. And I want to be able to remove as many pages as I can, since it gives us a limited set. Back. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy. Okay. Uncle Junior is probably an Elias Jr. In this list. But we don't know which Elias Jr. Because... Oh, no. Elias Jr. And that is Patricia... Which one? Patricia Christensen. That's Elias Jr. That is the only remaining one in the 5 pieces. Which is you. Don't know what Elias Jr. did, though. Architect. Lawyers, preachers, and architects. And Gwyn was the first woman not to be a housewife. So he has to be an architect. He also built the warehouse. Or designed it. Oh, hey, I made the right call. Oh.
So, you may have heard the news. Some of Carl's things have gone missing. That includes the pictures and mail I brought you earlier. I promise I didn't steal it. But I did borrow it. I'll return it once we're done. Let me deal with my family in the meantime. Oh, I guess that means I've officially confessed.
Okay, we are working for a Roottrees. The psychologist on the news said that it implies a alternative, like a different motive than the whole bloodline thing.
I'm a Roottrees.
Shocking!
I assure you I have a reasonable explanation for the secrecy. I'm about to do something big the family doesn't approve of. If you could just wait a little bit longer, I'll tell you more, in person. I'll return after 15 more blood relatives.
Okie Let's get this out of the way so we get the story so far. Okay. It's because this will have multiple chapters in it. Additional notes and context from the 1975 10-year anniversary re-release of Lauren's Diary. Companion piece of the entry about Sam. I didn't know about them when I wrote the original. She's a fine woman. She had a chance to grow up with us. Had she had a chance, she might have been a sister figure of Gwen. Never, the sister figure Gwen never was. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. So Ernie Jr., if I recall, in the Roottrees conspiracy here, yeah, Ernie Madsen Jr. Okay, Ernie Madsen Jr. then is the third president. Let me just try that here. Okay. So I don't know who Ernie is or Guy, but that means Carl's got to be the fifth. He was the latest president. Oop. No, you don't get to go in there. Well, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. This be a Gwyneth? No, that can't be right. Gwyneth has got to be one of Sam's children, then. Most ashamed of is not figuring it all out myself. Sam's the spitting image of Patsy with her jet black hair and green eyes. She doesn't have the thick glasses Patsy did, of course, but I guess that skips a generation. Her children have that covered. Okay, which implies one of the cousins of the Rafferty kid in university. It's hard to explain the look on Pop's face when they read that the farm's operation would pass to Samantha Roottrees for as long as she was willing. I got flashbacks to when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it a bit to calm him down. Sam wouldn't receive any candy money, after all, and was essentially inheriting the right to rule over the peasants for eternity. Wow! Wow, Lauren's mom. Pop warned us away from that farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as referred to him a confirmed bachelor. That is, it's a euphemism or a code word if you're not familiar with it. Yes. Exactly, Dodds. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. Not sure Sam will ever forgive Uncle Junior or Patsy for abandoning her to that life. If I were her, I might never forgive them either. But even so, she seems to blame more than just the two of them. She has no problems with us next gens, but she has a palpable hatred for the Five Pieces and Elias and Gwyneth. Let's take that whole paragraph. That's a tangible one. Notes. Companion piece, the entry about her son Clark. Reading this back, I get deja vu. As I write this addendum, Clark's gotten married again. No Roottrees has ever remarried. Sure, I lost Jacob and Gwen divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. So it is very likely you already know some of these, if you've got this far. Not even I can blame her for that. I've seen what she gets up to in Starlit. But neither of us ever took a second husband. So Gwen doesn't remarry. Lauren doesn't remarry, but her son remarries. Took a second husband. With the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable someone in this family would remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to the lack of a real father. I did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped. More than I can say for Clancy or Edward. Okay, Clancy... Oh, her younger brother, Eli C. Okay, so it's Eli C. is one of them. I mean, that might be apparent. I see practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Eli's marriage seemed fine, and Jim's marriage seemed solid as a rock, pun intended. I guess referring to his, career as a musician. Okay. We already were able to infer that from some of the prior evidence. Biggest complaint I got after publishing my diary was how many similar names there are. And I get it. There are 4 Elis, for Pete's sake. But that's how it is. Someone would say, I saw Eli in town, and I wouldn't know which one they meant. My brother, my uncle, my cousin. That's why they became Uncle Junior, or Miracles Eli, or Eli C. I already indicate that. Yeah. It's Elias M. Yep. What did she say? Eli C's practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers. Oh, there we go. Elias C. And then you are Edward, then. And he's got to be a lawyer. And that would make... you. Said his marriage seems solid. Our family names were always unusual. Grandpa Elias was a believer in using the names of each generation to honor those in the last. His father and Grandma Gwyneth's father were named Edward and Clancy. So now you see where my pop's name came from. So this is, if you haven't already inferred it, she is explicitly telling you that's Clancy Jr. Anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. That goes for Miracle, Eli, or even Clancy. With the women, however, it all goes out the window. I think Gwendolyn got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Carolyn, who was Elias's mother. Women's names tend to get all mixed up as the generations went on. I guess that's because there's no female equivalent of junior. Not a companion piece to any specific intrigue, but rather a fun bonus. Apparently this is the first thing she could find that she ever wrote. She knows it was for a school assignment about anger, and she believes based on the teacher's name, she must have been in the 3rd grade. She doesn't exactly remember the events spelled out here, but she does remember getting in trouble. I got angry when I met a new girl who I do not like. She was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. Me and Pop walked home in town, and she hugged him. When he told her he was my Pop, she pushed me. I got angry and yelled at her, and Pop said to treat her nice. Then she said, "Your Pop is my dad." She screamed it loud in my ear. She was lying to me, and lying is not a nice thing. So I pushed her too. Then I got in trouble. Then Pop took her away. He told me, "Don't worry, I'm glad she's gone." Huh. That Doesn't scan. This implies a illegitimate child here. So there is a notation here. We know it's Patricia Christensen, but there's something else connected to this event. And I wonder if that note is that he is somehow related into this. This is Samantha. Was her name that was actually listed? It's not in this one. This one. Samantha Roottrees. Okay, so this has got to be Samantha Roottrees. We don't know for sure. But it was green eyes and thick glasses. Not green eyes. Green eyes. I don't think we have a picture of her yet. This is a relation, though. It was black hair, glasses, green eyes. So somewhere down this chain, and it would imply it's one of these. Let's go back through our evidence again. Grandma Laura. Okay, Grandma Laura. So this is here up to here. This is a Laura. It's Laura Carlson. See what goes on with that. It says there's more to it. Because this is Lauren and, you know, the books I've been going through. But maybe there will be something that we circle around with that. You know what? We might be able to take a crack at that here, because we know these two. Ilman, yes, it's a detective game. We are trying to identify who all of these people are in the pictures, what their professions were, all of that stuff. We are attempting to map out a bloodline, essentially. I can't map that. We could guess he seems older, but the picture doesn't really help me until we get some more from her. Oh. Is her. I think. Let me double check. Photos. Yep, that's her. That is Chris Rafferty. Chris Rafferty has got to be a child all the way down from here through to here, but we don't know which one of these would be Chris. And we also... Okay. That is either here or here. But Chris Rafferty has got to be a child somewhere in this chain of Clark. All right, back to the notes. There are still... It says 2 things that we can find from this. We know he's a red herring. Red herring Roottrees. Turns into a little red fish. EM. Okay. Oh, wait. Where is it? No, that's they're too old for that. For them to be getting a letter like this, it'd have to be in this range. still a possibility. The Stephanie here, Stephanie Jones, may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least. This implies like a same-sex couple or something. Okay. Here. Right here. Guardian. To me, this implies Stephanie. I'm gonna take a crack at it. Is it? Stephanie Jones. Let's look up Stephanie Jones, actually. I don't think we've done that. Mention the Roottrees. In Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Roottrees Candy Company now has its headquarters in the city. The company began a small farm within the Butler County limits, and the area has a lot of history with the family. A video game called The Roottrees Are Dead was once set in Butler County, and it turned out the creator never lived in or near Butler County, or even had any connection to Butler County. Okay, we want, what is it? Stephanie Jones. We're going to search for Stephanie Jones in the Butler County Times. Small report detailing the election results from last month's election. Stephanie apparently won her election. Full version of the newspaper clipping on the back of the campaign mailer. Well, most of it is unimportant. You do find the following. Stephanie Landon, until her marriage to a local business owner, Brian Jones. Let's just get that in there. Brian Jones. Which that should be her. She is a politician. Or she's in politics. Okay. Did not have a father. And she had, it was two women in a same-sex relationship. She's a distant cousin of the Roottrees. Her mother, Caroline, a local artist, who has appeared on the front page of the Butler County Times in the past, often come out opposed to the corporation's politics regarding deforestation of indigenous trees to expand their maple farm. And like my mother, I'm not a fighter. I want to bring love to the world. Okay, we are going to put this in here. Okay, so we're going to look up Caroline Landon. distant cousin of the Roottrees. The implication, though, is that she is a Roottrie. Like, this would be a Roottrie here. This is implied to be that guy. Caroline Morden. Okay, if we infer that, if that is Caroline Morden, this is Zach Morden. Which would be him, which would be Z-A-C, Zachariah Morden. And if that's Zachariah Morden, then we're looking for another Morden. Is it Angelica, not Gwendolyn? I think it would be James Morden, but I'm not 100% sure. But we're going to put that there. He was the second president. Yeah. We don't know what Caroline who that was. We don't know unknown male, unknown female. She was an artist. Caroline Morden. So we go back to here, and we're going to change this to Caroline Morden. Local arts installation, including one Caroline Morden. There isn't much about Caroline as a person. This is mostly a listing of art in Butler County. She seems to get top billing. Accompanying this story, there's an image of Caroline standing beside a large metal sculpture of a mermaid. It's captioned, Caroline standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis' Burden. The sculpture is one of many works featured in her upcoming book, Self-Portrait, Art in the Beauty of Women. According to the quote further down, Atlantis' burden is meant to symbolize a society split by indecision over whether women should be equals or something to protect. The picture on the front page has been added to your evidence. And we are going to do Art in the Beauty of Women in this by Caroline Morden. Mostly black and white picture of her art. The centerpiece is a series of full-color nude self-portraits at different ages, stretching from 25 to 30. They certainly have not been added to your evidence. Intro Caroline talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation, and in her late teens she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. She especially dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, who she calls completely bogus. Their marriages led to her to double down on her passions. Art in the environment. She even married a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. Okay. So she has a sister named Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn Morden. And cousin Bonnie. That could be a lot of people. If it is, it would likely refer to somebody over here, but it's hard to be sure. Green eyes and glasses. There's a lot of that in the family. Like there's something that went on. Okay. Else. She is there. That would put her in the free spirits category. Should be this little gaggle right here. Which could be her. But that's the wrong color eyes. Maybe her? That's an Eli. We have an Eli in that group. So this is the next generation Eli. It would probably be this Eli. Don't know if we know what he did. Professions do they have listed? Baby. I'm going to put that there. Since that's supposed to be what she had been doing There's also a mention of like had the same green thumb as her grandmother. That was somewhere in revisiting. Samantha doesn't have glasses, but she has black hair and green eyes. And in that picture, but she might show up in one of the others. I don't know. Again, if it's one of the, again, it's one of Clark's series of children here. That is that guy. So this is cousins with anybody in kind of this line. To me, that implies that one of these is, where is it? Her. Where they were referring to the, thick glasses, green eyes, and black hair. So Patricia had it, skips a generation to here. But then it shows up here. So we're kind of all over the place. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own way. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time. Where he saw Sam working alongside the farm hands. There are records in the farm that would confirm them there. Who is she staying with? So I identify Sam, but where is Ernie Jr. then? Keep riffling the evidence here until we find something. Yeah, architects, preachers, and lawyers, that gave us a step in there. So this is our indication that Zach didn't have the last name Roottrees. Angie's older than Zach. She's next oldest. So Angie is the oldest female, and then Laura. So if we look here, she's the oldest in this branch. We have Samantha here, so that's not who Angie is. This is Angie. It's Angelica Morden. And we're looking at the next gens, and that's either her, there, or there. White hair. Like, visually, if I had to just take a shot in the dark, it'd be her. But if we look at Zach, he almost has, like, orange hair. Which would put me in mind of her. And we have that, and we have that. Those both seem viable. It was Mr. Morden. But that was a black and white picture. It's almost sepia, so that doesn't help us. But identifying that that is likely Angelica does. What else do we have? We are getting into territory where we're having to infer based on clues that we have already looked at. Oh, okay. If we look up these times in MMM magazine, see how it says folk style songwriting, ... catchy ... Here. I think I remember seeing this, but it's in the skip it column. Amateurish folk style songwriting is catchy at times, but ultimately doesn't do anything. So folk style songwriting, so they skipped the first part, ... catchy ... So they removed the is, everything after catchy, and everything before folk style. Oh, the spin. Hey, Harry. Things are going well. Things are going well. Streams have been a little bit more regular. Oh, ow. Snap, pop. There's apparently something else to this that has details. And it says the lyrics do not contain clues. Don't see anything else in this that would give us more, but maybe they're... Music and lyrics by Clark Rafferty, but I didn't think that helps. We have two other pictures of him lurking around. He is in the youngest group. So in theory, he's in here. That is potentially him there. But it could just as easily be him. He has darker hair, though. Looks like the other guy. Like, it looks more like him, I would say, but brown green eyes, and it looks like brown hair. Let's zoom in a little bit. I can't pin that to either of them. Is that ugly polyester shirt in the picture somewhere? It is. That's his shirt. Right there, you can see the glossy yellow shirt with wide collar with rhinestones. Some point we're going to find out about this kid, but I have nothing that I would be able to guess. So this resulted in somebody. This is an actual marriage that stuck, but we don't know to whom. Ah. I might have still gotten it by just the, you know, the again, silk / polyester style fabric with that particular yellow with wide color, but you know, the rhinestones definitely give it away. Like, you know, rhinestones on your shirt collar are a choice, and choices have consequences. Right. Continue to parse the evidence. It's revisiting the diary. Only I've read that recently. I don't want to stick on it here. Since there are 7 things that chain off of this. But there are a lot of things related to her that have been indicated based on finding her book. So this could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kind of thing. Okay, back we go. Sure with that, not sure with that. Still 6 things off of that one. Any other gaudy awful that might lead us to something? Peter Janowicz. Every little thing. Still, there are some like real kind of backhanded statements here, or you know, maybe that's why you've never heard of it before now. Because this can be tethered to one of the optional pictures. Ow. Ow. So essentially the like all the way up to the top of the tree that the statement was made. Okay. So this part tethers Elias Jr. to Patricia and thus to Samantha. Isn't ads for tours and demonstrations at the first Anderson maple farm for a very long time. Also appears every so often in the section about things to do in Butler County. Mrs. Catrail returns to Butler County to demonstrate how 5 pieces were made at the beginning of the century. Says Samantha. Think? No? Okay, Miss Catrail is in here somewhere. It's quite a lot to attend, and they sell out. It sells out every time. What's the Catrail on the list? Stephanie. Don't recall that occurring, so. Zach, so that gives us the connection and all of like his family name and whatnot. We had more pictures we could pick between them. It really doesn't look like fully orange hair, though. Don't know what Angelica did or anything past that. Can you call a group of kids growing up? Yeah. All aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. Again, they're the next generation. And they're... Let me just count them out here. Seven. And those two aren't fully present. There should be 6 of the actual people in the next gens. So we know these 2 aren't. There's a 7th person. One of these people isn't in the group. Unless I'm... filter in. Okay, everyone filter in behind and in front of us. So again, I think like that. And everybody else coming in here. She insisted we included Sam. Sam is in here somewhere. Is that Sam? That's Sam. Right there. That's got to be Sam. Green eyes, black hair. This is not a certainty. That it could be her. We don't know. We don't really know anything about Angelica. Yes, I know. That... Mark. So we... Wait. Edward is set to take over the department. Not that. We don't know you're a lawyer. Yeah, it was Edward. Yeah. Okay, he has a scholarly profession of some kind. Okay, we narrowed down some more. Let's look up root, period. In periodicals in Business Watch. No, that's... We already got that. Find a small bit of an ad from many years back that says, be sure to look for our upcoming article about Raina's inspirations for root clothing. Okay. So there's supposed to be something more about that. The kids are lucky to have her. There was a naming convention that they listed. Names. Anytime somebody's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. And it radiates. It's if there is a junior, then it goes upward. It's like it'll only be a junior if they're the firstborn son. Yes. Elias Jr., firstborn son, here. Before it flees my mind again. I think that might be Elias. Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. We can't tell. He might be holding the camera right now. Anyway. Okay, so the firstborn son is where a junior would happen. We have Samantha here. Somewhere over here, we've got to have an Elias. I'm sorry, a Ernie. Can't be over here. Doesn't really help us. I also don't know where Guy is. we continue to dig. Because we still have that thing from Lauren about the childhood memory with her father. Let's see, married. Jacob. Eli's marriage was fine, but we don't know who Eli's married to. But we know Ernie Jr. is a firstborn son. We need to find more about him. There is so much associated with this, though. Might be like just visual cues about like lineage. Pale brown with green eyes. She would be in this picture. Like, you'd think it would be her there. She's got the purple. The beret could be going for a stereotype. The artsy types of the time. So I'm going to toss that in there. Like, we have pictures of these two, but no further information. We have a name of Nicole, who is a pastor. Let's look up those names. Actually, it was a web search. Let's go with a dot in it. Miracle third root tree. Third. Nope. It says. So they were born that he dropped root tree after. He kept it. Let's go this way. Search. It's not junior. It is. We're gonna search this way to confirm it. Oops. No. Search. Okay. Then third. Nope. Like there is still something about Carl Roottrees. Plane crash route. This feels like this whole Watchman of the Year title is going to be something that'll circle back around. So we know there's a child that results from this. Actually, she's present in the picture, which means this, and we're going to go with the default here of housewife, because again, it was Gwyn was the first not to be a housewife. Then she's an author. We don't know if any of the others in this row, and Sam came later, were not that. That's her. If Angela, okay, we can see where the red hair passes down. these two would very likely be Angela's kids. Written note from CM. This implies a sibling or a layer at the same time that is CM. So kind of someone along this line here. It probably, again, it's these guys have more in common with Carl as far as age group. We don't have a CM elsewhere. Not a clear one. Stephanie Jones again, though. Let's look at that article again. The Butler Times. So her mother is in opposition to like the Maple Farm expansion related to the business. Under Carl Roottrees mentions Ernie Jr. Okay. One announces Carl's marriage to Brenda White. Carl got quite drunk at a charity event and fell down and broke his arm while falling downstairs. Yep, Carl is 5th president. Ernie Jr. was the 4th, and they like to stay out of the spotlight. Never appeared, other than a few mentions here and there. The article does mention an illness. Okay. So this is going to be Ernie Roottrees Jr. Well, just Ernie Roottrees. Nope. Okay. To the internet. Nope. Okay. Oh, how about nope. Okay. So there is a conflict here. And it has got to be somebody that was in conflict that has a CM initial. Who did we have with the CM? We have a Caroline Morden, but that is her. Here. Okay. Okay, that's the conflict. She is opposed to the way the candy company is expanding the orchards. So there is an oppositional relationship between her and him. And that's why she is saying, hey, can you get your daughters to help out? Okay, these are the twins then. Which again lends itself credence that it is these two. Is it fraternal twins? Miracle Jr., Gwyneth, Gwendolyn. It's our Gwendolyn. This has got to be Edward's kid, I think. And then there is a childish script on the back where it says November. Like Clark, Jim. Is there a female name with November? Jessica and Katrina Rafferty LaRue. I have an idea of who he married. November Roottrees. Your name is November. November is written in a childish script on the back with a whole bunch of other signatures. Student K through 12. I'm going to say college. Is a guess, though. So we would have her and him if I have inferred correctly. As well as her. That should be 3, which would tick over. If I do that. No. I'm going to leave it at college. So at the time of that picture, which is here, she was a child. Or there was a child. I think this has got to be November because it indicates that he married somebody that it would have been at the time considered illegal below Philadelphia. And this is like pre-World War II, so we're very firmly in like your Jim Crow kind of eras. Segregation going strong. So I'm going to remove that. Because for all we know, he could be like a cashier or something. You know. It's just a Christmas photo. We'll see if we can find out more there. We have little to no idea over here. And I don't think we ever heard anything about these two. We've got to be converging on another batch here. Oh, yes. Given the presence of those names, we can infer an answer here. So this was his first wife, who he divorced. Then this is who he was married to at the time of the JD CJ. So this is the J. They split up because she walked in on him sleeping with her younger sister. So if we put LaRue, that's Kim. We don't know which one's there. So if that's Lafferty LaRue, the two there, then that implies that this is Chris Rafferty and a Lulu. Since we also have a picture of her, that's another stronger implication here. Yes, and Lulu, and you are LUL. Wow, I can't reach around here. Guess. And he is a college student. Oh. Looks like Chris Rafferty? Yeah. Better about that. Still mean we have stuff wrong at the moment. So that's probably not right. We don't know his profession, but it was a knowledge profession. I don't want to just throw out guesses. So this is probably incorrect. But we know she was present there. This doesn't seem to be her face, though. I don't know enough to say. It said Lulu, so you would expect it is an LU. Anything else we can infer here? Art piece portfolio. I'm gonna say he's a. I mean, he was going to college. He wanted to go to college, but is it? I still think it's college. The whole, go team thing. Yeah, I think this is accurate, though. So the implication being that they had a kid, but because there's two Rafferty LaRue names. Jessica and Katrina here. Chris, a Clark, and a Jacob. So that's the husband. That is the child there. This feels correct. Something's not right over here. This might be correct. Yeah, I think these two seem right. Let's start checking. Let's see, Elias C. Roottrees. Let's just start hitting some more web searches. Might need to know the middle name. Because if I do this, I'm going to get Elias. And in this picture, next president, Guy Hudson. Okay, let's look up Guy Hudson. There we go. Fancy Flavors was an addition to the 5-piece product line for less than a year in 1979. It was Guy Hudson's first and historically most cited move as president of Roottrees. It was an attempt to cater more towards what he thought the average person wanted. Guy looked at his own health, which was often a source of envy for others, and decided to tap into the idea that if they added fancy flavors to 5 pieces, anyone could live like the wealthy. This philosophy led to a flavor in 5 pieces that was meant to mimic caviar. 5 pieces sold less that year than it had any other year, except in some foreign markets. It was quickly announced that caviar was meant to be a limited flavor and would go back to normal as soon as possible. That, and we're going to look up him in Business Watch. Guy Hudson, along with his twin sister, are no strangers to the public when it comes to Roottrees snacks. They both appear in the company's advertisement as children during the Boys and Girls Agree era. Now, Guy is taking over the Roottree company at the end of the year. Who would have known that one of those two adorable redheads, okay, we have Guy and his sister, and since they're twins, then Angie and Christopher. So Angie has red hair. Okay, we can get that. This is definitely Angie, and then we have a Christopher Hudson. That scans. Okay. If we can figure out, did Guy have children? If Guy didn't have children, we know which order they're in. Zach's wife is named Clara. Clara Lansing. He's family. We at Roottree have faith in his innovative ideas. He's eager to share them with the world. We think that boys and girls agree that he's ready to succeed. Okay, that needs a note. I think we can purge this one. We might regret it later, but here we go. Might be able to look up Ernie Madsen Jr. Yeah, it's not Ernie Roottree. Be right back. Quick break. And we're back. All right, let's see here. Guy Hudson. Okay, I think there are a couple of things that we want to look at here. So first is boys and girls agree is a thing. Successful ad campaigns. Late 50s, Boys and Girls Agree. It is a series of television and magazine ads for chocolate bars. Having the premise that boys and girls are often diametrically opposed, except when it comes to one thing. They both agree that Roottrees is their favorite. First in the series were most memorable due to the bright red hair of the boy and girl involved. One of the magazine advertisements has been added to your evidence. Doesn't fully help yet, though. This whole element could be wrong here. Meds. Where would meds flow in? Oh, let's search them. Oh, well, let's look at my notes and get the spelling correct here. Oops. Curse. Ernie Madsen Jr. Nope. Is that even the spelling? Ernest. Nothing. Okay. And take. Okay. Okay. We're going to take that and we're going to take it and go into Business Watch. There we go. Is known about Ernest, but sources close to the family who have asked to remain anonymous have made it clear that he is more than qualified. There are rumors that Ernest had originally trained to succeed Zach Morden, but had been passed up for unspecified reasons. Business Watch has managed to get a quote from the company's publicist. The last 4 years at Roottree have been rough. In an attempt to keep our products relevant to the modern audience, some of our decisions have had unintended consequences, from the fancy flavors misstep to the batter up bar. We've taken a bit of a tumble in the public eye, but Mr. Madsen is committing to getting back to the basics. This is Guy Hudson was a mistake. Let's try again. Okay, so we're going to take fancy flavors, and we're going to we're going to put that in notes with Guy Hudson, just so we can keep track of his screw ups. I did that right. Just the exclamation point. Let's put that in the periodical search as well. Okay, that just pulls up that because it's a sufficient completion match. So let's take fancy flavors. Okay, that didn't go over well. Okay, batter up bar. Failed candy bar released by the Roottrees Company, launched to great fanfare, is meant to evoke the classic combination of pancakes and maple syrup, which, okay. The name came from the fact that its recipe used a creamy imitation of pancake batter as its filling, and the packaging had baseball imagery. Consumers loved the taste of the candy, and the candy launched to stellar reviews, but after a little less than a month on the shelf, it was discovered that the filling of unopened bars began to separate and developed an off-putting texture described as powdery chunks floating in oily goop. This odd consistency made it the punchline of late-night jokes for weeks, solidifying its reputation as a failure. Okay, so Guy Hudson just dropped the ball repeatedly. All right, so let's look up. So we have Guy Hudson, and there's also a Christopher Hudson. That's the father. So where is our Bonnie Hudson? Okay, let's look up her. What would her... Is that actually her name? It is, but we get nothing about her. Interesting. Nor do we know much about Ernest. Where would he come from in this? To me, Ernest Madsen. Where... Do we have any other Madsens? Gwyneth. So there's two. To me, this implies a Madsen here, which would imply... Oh. one would expect that it would fall in this line if it were to go wrong, but we know that's not the case. It's all along here. So it's within this. It implies to me that Ernest is in here. Now, where the other Ernest shows up, I don't know. Is there another one? There's an Ernest and an Ernest Jr. Okay. So I don't have a basis for this, and I don't have a good way of getting them in order, but I think this is Ernest Madsen. This is entirely because it's the only way to get an Ernest Madsen Jr. and a Gwyneth Madsen into this chart. With her, with the either the children or her not keeping the Roottree name after this point. Because then that gets us an Ernest into the flighty generation here. That puts them parallel with Guy and Carl, because it looks like within this generation it was Guy fails, Ernest steps down, and then Carl takes over. This is my guess. But, like I said, in the same way that we have the Hudsons over here, that we can't pin down who is who until we know which one had children, we can't get a Madsen here. Any of the Madsen names can't really fit. So I need to review evidence again. Mark and Daniel, Edward. Oh, well, we have more names that we can look at, actually. Let's find Elias's full name in the name list. So it is Elias C. Roottree. That doesn't mean we'll get anybody, is the trick. In the same vein, M. No luck there. And I don't really have a reason to believe about Edward. Did Edward appear anywhere? Nope. Butler County? Nope. B. West. Madsen Jr. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Campaign mailer still is supposed to lead us to a lot of stuff. Ultimately, it is, I think, primarily it is this. Is the conflict between Caroline Morden. That is, again, I'm assuming that it's that. Gwendolyn had 3 kids. Oof. I mean, not uncommon. It's just for this family. That's asking for trouble. How about let's relay off of them here. Raina Roottrees in Starlit, maybe? No. Okay. Okay, let's assume maybe that nope. Okay. Where else? Nope. See, that was check for typos, but that's not necessarily going to help. This still supposedly has information. There's more to that one that is still disconnected. Small screen director Ron Roottrees. RR Productions. Is there a Ron? Is that another red herring, you know? There's a Ronald. No. I'm guessing that's another, like, red herring connection, that it's just some other... Oh, wait. We can look into that a little further. Defunct production company responsible for Brother Trouble. You find a comment on a Usenet board stating that Brother Trouble ended up being an ironic name considering the rumors about RR Productions, Ron and Robbie Roottrees. It's relevant information about Robbie Roottrees in the comment thread on a message board about television cliches. You find a thread called Why Was Brother Trouble Cancelled? User speculates. I think it was because the writing. They actually had an episode where Roxy was addicted to sniffing markers. Maybe it's due to the rumor about Robbie Roottrees in Silver Screen magazine. Getting there. Ah. This is non-trivial but satisfying. Less on actors and actresses and more on the nitty-gritty of writing, directing, costuming, set design, film promotion, other elements of filmmaking. Bought by a bigger, more recognizable magazine a few years ago, and the website now redirects to the new magazine. Okay, but we're going to look it up. Don't blame nepotism. Get results. He gets results. Finding some small screen success, first as the director of many soap opera episodes, and then stepping in as the showrunner to turn around a few struggling productions, Ron has decided to start his own television production company. Ron was born in the US but grew up in Paris. This is one of Gwyn's kids. Once famous mother and his brother Robbie. Okay, we have Ronald and Robert Roottrees now. Returned to Hollywood to attend film school. When it comes to comedy, plans to pitch new shows to major television studios as soon as 1986. Until then, wants to find it. Called upon his younger brother for script punch-ups. Okay, so Ronald is the older brother. That is going to be R.O.B. Robert Roottrees. And he's not an actor. I think it would be director. Professor, public speaker. Is he a screenwriter? Is that what it's saying? Director. Okay, how about Robbie Roottrees? Called upon his younger brother for script punch-ups and thought about bringing him into the fold. Okay. Small Rumors article claims that self-taught screenwriter, let's get that in there. I'm reaching around to type around Sammy, because if she's jostled too much, she yells at me. Let's see. Was tried and allegedly tried and convicted under the name Robert in a French court of law. It seems he, again allegedly, embezzled from the company to fuel a gambling habit that left him hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. He then fled to Paris, where he grew up, and then continues to insist that it is all very much allegedly assaulted an officer who came to question him. So they were unable to get a statement from French authorities, but received information from an anonymous source that they were able to confirm through public record. It was a trial involving Robert Roottrees around the time that it was canceled. The show was canceled. Okay. I think him. Yeah. He did look older. Oh, right. Okay. November isn't right. Excellent. And that makes you Robert. Robert. I didn't think we had a name of a spouse. Cinema. Is there a Ronald Roottrees in this? No. Okay. Cross-reference. These are our productions. No. Now, ideally, we can try to figure out more about the Hudsons. Okay, what about advertising? Nope. Okay. He is kind of an unknown commodity at the moment. We are very much narrowing this one down to almost nothing. Meeting in Zach's office. She was at Elias Jr.'s wedding to Patsy last year. this is didn't know their relationship at the time. He is marrying Patricia, who is the one that he originally hooked up with, and that resulted in Sam, and also resulted in Patricia being married to an older man and vanishing for a while. Okay, we have EC and John. We have somewhere else that they mention John's last name. It's like Millen or something like that. Doesn't appear in there. It makes sense that he doesn't appear in there, but let's look at this one. John Miller. This is an indirect. Okay, nope. Let's look up John Miller in the local newspaper. Nope. Listen farm in the local paper. That leads us to this. Okay, our paper has a Cattrall in there. Stephanie Cattrall. Just copy that because it's a hassle to type that name. Two L's. Okay, and we'll web search that. Nope. Still something there. There's still something about... There is something about this piece of paper. See, initially I thought the creases might matter, but there is something about this still. So this is incorrect yet. I still think that's November, but I don't know anything else. It is possible it's not, but in that picture, That's the child. Oh, wait. We do know. This is Guy. His sister is pregnant in the picture. He was the third president. I don't know what she did. These two remain in the so we still have them as well, but we don't necessarily have a picture of them. But actually, evidence close. You get picture. Dichotomy. Red-haired kid. If I had to guess, this is one of Bonnie Hudson's kids. So somewhere in here is one of the cousins. Somewhere in here is one of the cousins. Past that, dunno. If I had to guess, dichotomy is over here. But uncertain. So, bit of a guess, but I think that's actually him. In the background, you know. All right, let's start searching names that we don't have yet. That's Gwendolyn Morden. Did I spell it right? Window line. Yep. Now there is a wolf root tree, but he doesn't appear there. Okay, how about here? Nope. Only time we hear about... okay, let's do our search of Peru again. The fan club. Search periodicals. Does this lead us to the fan club? Yeah, his young son. Well, we've been going for a bit here, and I think it's a good opportunity for a break. It'll at least give us an opportunity to get fresh eyes on it when we play again later on. Oh, buttons. Buttons. Oh, folks, I hope you had a good time watching with us tonight. Really enjoying this game. It's a good find for me. It's tricky. We're reaching the point where all of the things that were quickly within our grasp are already used up. And now we're scraping back over stuff, trying to find things that we missed. And that's fundamentally tricky. And that's why I think the step away for the night, making that decision in a timely fashion. I think that's gonna be good here. No guarantees on exactly when we'll play this next, but it will be within the week, I think. We will be getting some programming in at some point in the week, but lots on the table. Lots on the table. But again, thanks everybody for watching. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, comment. It helps the channel grow. So please press those buttons. If you'd like to consider financially supporting the channel, you can do so through the platform-specific means like subscriptions and memberships, as well as through other means available in the link tree, in my video descriptions, and in my Twitch bio. With all that said, I hope you all have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you next time.